Jake learned that the Molden organization liberated the Husqvarna Trading Corporation. On the two top floors of the largest towers, the Husqvarna Trading CEO named Sorrento was held hostage by the leaders of the resistance. A bounty hunter, who many prefer to call Simmel, infiltrated the building and single-handedly took down the resistance. The CEO rescue uncovered encrypted data held by Darku, crucial for exposing location of the Stratai factory. The criminal leader of the Moldens, Mirask, fled the scene using a stolen police gunship. The threat of potential terrorist attack continued. Mirask is listed as public enemy number 1. Hello, I'm LD Claudius. For our special presentation, I'd like to provide you commentary on the Dabbarow Prison. Let's begin, shall we? Okay, here's a quick overview of what to expect for this slide. In this slide, I will offer you an introduction on the novella. I will go over the inspiration towards writing a novella. I will discuss what development on the novella was like, and how much the material has changed. As part of this presentation, I will go ahead and read the Dabbarow Prison novella. As part of the presentation, I will offer commentary towards my work. Last, I'll go ahead and do a live stream and play Goldeneye Double Summon for the Nintendo 64. Just to celebrate our holiday cheer for Christmas Eve. So, let's begin, shall we? Before delving into the oral development history, I want to take it all the way back in the 90s. Since 1999, I have grown passionate in the space opera genre. It was around the time when The Phantom Nemesis came out around that same year. One of my first video games I've played was Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. I received this game as a Christmas present when I was only 5 years old. Alongside Episode 1 Racer, it was also bundled with the Nintendo 64 system. The interactive scene was a obscure media, sure, but it brought me a promising future of what was yet to come. Fast forward to 2009, there's one big question I want to ask. What did 2009 look like when I was a teenager? A year after a 2008 recession in America, well, we have YouTube. This is what the site originally looked like. iPhones were very popular in this time period, thanks to the App Store. On that same year, this is where Modern Warfare 2 came out for the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, PC, and the underbaked Wii. Outside of all these major events occurring, one of my first exposure towards playing Goldeneye Double Summon occurred when I was at a marching band camp. It was here when I first played the single-player campaign. Most of my classmates in high school grew up playing Nintendo. During every night, we invite most of our friends to play Super Smash Bros., Mario Party, or Pokemon Stadium. Outside of these titles, there was one title that had a profound impact towards my literature. Goldeneye Double Summon was one of the key major titles of bringing the FPS genre to the home console. This title shown here was based on the film of the same name. It provoked my interest in spy thriller espionage for the 64-bit system. There's nothing really interesting to say about its story. It was originally intended to be a low-quality video game license, similar to how THQ and LGN was profiteering during the 80s through 2000. What really caught the high school freshman in me was the feeling that I'm infiltrating through enemy bases while carrying Double Summon signature firearm. I was generally impressed with how the system could handle large complex environments. Throughout my time playing the game, I keep getting the feeling that I was holding a firearm. That was only meant to be an illusion. As stated in my previous blog, I have not played the multiplayer mode. Multiplayer was a big part in Nintendo's own platform. One thing that really appealed to me is its well-built mission design. The best part of it all is that I'm free to tackle each of the missions in any way I want. Anyways, if I were to be a former developer of the Goldeneye 007 team, we decided that we want to make a follow-up sequel. Most of all, we want to reuse all the resources we worked on so we can cut down the development time. What would be the true follow-up sequel? Perfect Dark, in my definition, is the true expansion of the 007 series we should have received. The caveat here is that, unlike its latter counterpart, Rare never used the 007 brand recognition that became a cult icon. Honestly, though, I couldn't blame the developers for wanting to take a different path. They have grown very tired of playing with the 007 universe. The team took a gander at building a new IP inspired by Blade Runner, Ghost in the Shell, and X-File. Perfect Dark was one of the wildly ambitious titles that pushed the boundary for the 64-bit system. One of its neat features includes improved texture, advanced AI, and adding environmental effects. This game is packed with voice actors embedded within a well-engaging story. Keep in mind that Perfect Dark required the expansion pack to access the single-player campaign. What else can be said about this title? Well, I first played this title after I first completed the ACT. It stands for American College Test. I played Perfect Dark when I stayed at my aunt's house, mainly toying around on the Perfect Agent difficulty. It was a very difficult game, sure, but this game boasted a variety of weapons, each have its own alternative firing mode. To my surprise, it actually was a quite appealing as a junior from high school. The idea of playing a super spy agent who investigates strange activity from aliens was quite tantalizing. Unfortunately, it never gained the real popularity when it came out in May 2000, and only sold 1/4, 2 million copies, from Goldeneye. Looking back, both Rare FPS titles was the real eureka moment towards writing a novel. These two titles would be very important until... Fast forward to 2019, a lot of major events occurred here. I was still at college. One of the first things I wanted to do was to work on a brand new original novel. The first two materials that come to mind besides Rare FPS was Prey 2 and Star Wars 1313. Why Prey 2 and Star Wars 1313? Why did I want to write a brand new crime thriller espionage set in a science fiction universe? This moment came when I was approached by two community Christian groups who once asked me what was my New Year resolution. Initially, I told them that I want to work on an allegory literature of Prey 2 and Star Wars 1313. I never thought I would write a brand new IP at first, but I took these ideas with me at a computer lab at my campus and worked on my own novella. My goals were very vague when I brought it up, but it all came together when I first wrote Roman, Dead or Alive. This would be a very rough novella I published in the fall of 2019. The material you'll see here is critically flawed for several reasons. Roman, Dead or Alive never had a proper world-building introduction. I only did the bare minimum and never bothered offering the lore. monologues are not presented in this material, most of my writing is not well refined. The way of how I wrote Roman Dead or Alive was like trying to sit on an unstable chair. I don't have the right essential components installed. Most of my materials lacked any life aspect. My back was about to break at this point. Although this work was the least pleasing experience, my first endeavors for writing is not at all a bad effort. My writing left me plenty of room for me to think about, but without a general theme in place. At my campus library, I quietly sat at my computer lab, brainstorming on what type of novel I wanted to make, until, following my return to college, I stumbled upon a fan-made remake of Goldeneye 007 UE4 on Eurogamer around October 2019. Not to be confused with EA Goldeneye Rogue Agent, not to be confused with the canceled Xbox Live arcade game Goldeneye 007, and not to be confused with the Nintendo Wii game called Goldeneye 007. This fan game, unlike the previous title, was actually a one-on-one creation of the Nintendo 64 experience. When that fan-made game was revealed, that's when EM Productions filed a cease and desist on the build, and this was done before Goldeneye 007 UE4 wormed its way on the web. This video sums up how it feels when a fan-made dev talks about their game early. Any folks getting caught using someone's own IP will face unwanted attention towards the original owner. Most companies would be happy to make a quick buck by suing you. Now, give me just a moment. I'd like to present the video in question. Here we go.
Hi there, I'm an irrelevant YouTuber, and today I'd like to talk to you about your video game fan project that you've been working on, your sick-ass tribute to your favorite franchise. If you or someone you know is working on a really cool fan game, shut the fuck up about it! No, seriously, shut the fuck up! We don't want to know! Now you might think, whoa, hold on a minute, that's pretty rude. In fact, that's a little bit crass, and you know what? You're right. But hey, I'm just here to make a suggestion. Before old Mr. C&D shows up. In fact, dare I say this, if you're one of those genius programmers working what can only be described as magic, programming this tribute to something that we all love and hold dear, something that we've been playing since our childhoods that you yourself want to see a successor to, a franchise perhaps that's been ignored for a long time, and you know that deep down as a fan, you can deliver something amazing that the rest of the fans would reach out to and connect with. If you're working on something like that, and I already know about it, you fucking blew it. You done fucked up.
But I don't want to be quiet. My friends and I have been working on something incredible.
Excellent point. I'm an irrelevant sack of shit. My opinion does not matter. I can't stress that enough. So don't take my word for it. Let's check out what the science has to say.
Our fake analysts have compiled and plotted this data here to demonstrate the complex relationship between how awesome your fan game looks and how much you really need to shut the fuck up.
It's a one-to-one direct correlation. Wow!
Now, as a random voice on the internet being overly hostile in the hopes that this will take, and a rabid fan of the particular game franchise you're working on, believe me, I am more excited than you can possibly imagine to experience the love letter you're delicately crafting towards the series. We can't wait to get our hands on it.
Your grandma. You're in the kitchen baking up our favorite treats. And we're the little kids waiting by that kitchen door.
Oh, smells great.
But that one little whiff that got us excited also hit the dog's nose. It's just a matter of time before that old pupper scampers up in the kitchen and gobbles up the whole thing right in front of you. Be a good grandma. Just tussle your grandkid's hair, tap him on the nose, and tell him, "Shut the fuck up! You will eat when the food is ready!" You know, some ancient jagoff once said something goofy along the lines of, how did it go? Don't ask for permission. Ask for forgiveness.
Okay, I'm gonna stop this video right now. I don't want to play the rest of it, but you get the idea exactly what type of legality I would get if I decided I'm gonna make a fan-made project. But in this case, for the Dabbarow Prison, I can absolutely assure you I won't have to worry too much about the legality, at least for now. So, let's go back to the presentation for just one moment. Now, let's go back to the library scenario for just one moment. I'm still sitting in my campus chair. I thought about building up my own universe, and I learned one valuable key lesson. Seek out original ideas from original creators. This is a quote that comes to play very importantly in regards towards my novella as well as an upcoming novel, respectively. So let's fast forward to 2020s, shall we? During this time period, the only worthy indie films I watched was, ironically, Skibbity Toilets and the short-lived G'day Gotta Go animated series. These videos shown above is the only good original content I could find on YouTube. I could watch all these content 100% free on the internet instead of paying $8 for a movie at the theater. Most of these content and presentations so wildly bizarre, I end up complimenting how well made those animation short films are. Most of the indie films are way better than watching Avatar, Way of the Water, or any Disney Plus exclusive Star Wars shows, in my opinion. Outside those meme videos, there was one man that made me want to follow his example specifically when working on a new IP. George Lucas is a man who not only represents as a filmmaker, but he was a visionary. He spent most of his life in the 70s working on Star Wars, wanted to make an action-adventure space opera. His work was inspired by Flash Gordon, Buck Rogers, and Japan-only film The Hidden Fortress. He ended up creating Star Wars just because he could not get the rights to make a Flash Gordon film. The best advice I will offer you are provided within these following words. Creating new intellectual properties require a deed of studying their work. Pay very close attention to the techniques, the ideas, and narrative approach they came up with. Then ask yourself why and how these ideas work, in addition to conceptual structure towards their work. After a further analysis, use what you have learned to invent new forms and narrative structures on your own. Now, let's refer back to me as an example. I decided that I wanted to build the Dabbarow Prison inspired by the Dam meets Area 51. For context, the Dam involves infiltrating a Soviet Union-controlled military facility. Bond would sabotage the bottling room and make his escape using a plane. In Area 51, this mission requires Joanna to infiltrate a U.S. federal-controlled military base. Joanna will rescue an alien named Elvis in a laboratory, and they both make their escape by boarding a flying saucer. One idea here was to build a narrative around the idea of infiltrating a base. What exactly is the main character, Jake Ovolsky, supposed to do? Would he be destroying key industrial resources? Maybe assassinate a target? Steal confidential information? Rob a bank? Or rescue a prisoner of war? The design choice I settled with was a Mandalorian-like character who infiltrates a terrorist-controlled prison base. He will rescue a hacker named Darku and make his grand escape. This simple, high-level elevator pitch was the only narrative choice I wanted to build. Prior to when Disney Plus came out in November 2019, I worked up at least 3 chapters: Breaking In, Breaking Out, and The Escape. All 3 chapters in the original draft were completed on February 2020. This was only a month before COVID lockdowns were initiated by the crooked state governor. After my completion towards the novella, I continued to work on the novel for roughly 2 years until 2021. This was around the time after a tornado hit my neighborhood. Thankfully, though, my house is still intact. A month after my completion, I pursued my next stage called INGALDAV. The acronym will be known as Intergalactic Development. This is where I worked on the rough draft towards world building documentation. During this stage, I assembled most of the chapters, which leads me to Alpha. Alpha was a huge struggle for me. I edited my material, polished my writing style, and the last critical part was working on editing the Dabbarow Prison. I revised most of the material over 8 times. After almost 6 years, I proudly present you my work in royalroad.com. This novella can be read for free for everyone. It is meant to be my vertical slice for The Awakening. Although this book serves as a tribute to Rare's older titles, that doesn't mark the end of building a narrative. That marks the beginning of Alpha Stage 2 and will lead to Alpha Stage 3 in the foreseeable future. What I'm about to present you is a small sample of the work I've done by reading verbally. As a bonus, I will play through 5 missions of Goldeneye 007. So, for our next chapter, we shall begin reading Prison Raid. I will take a moment to transition this scene just one moment, and I'd like to bring out a campfire. Make sure the campfire is lively. Very good. Now, I shall get myself the book. And I will get so we want a head start. Okay, I am going to pause for the next few moments, and I shall move on towards the next chapter. I'm going to be on sound pause for roughly a few more minutes, and I'll be right back. Alright, I think I should be ready to go. So, let's begin. Reading Chapter 1, Prison Raid. Muresk, along with a few of his loyal guards, were riding in a stolen police vehicle. Staying cloaked was a key to successfully maneuvering around the city. A fake transponder was installed to throw off the police and avoid detection. The town was abuzz with the business of the workday, creating a vibrant energy throughout. Much like diligent bees tirelessly producing mouth-watering honey, thousands of civilian vehicles darted around the busy street of New York City. As the horns blared, the city, tamed by the law, was calm. No criminal incidents has been reported, and it was now 3 o'clock p.m. Muresk sat firmly, eyes wide open, gazing at the scenery from his comfort back seat. The open window set in a breeze that was forcefully pushing towards his chest. The wind seemed to be guiding him on a clear sunny day. He experienced the gentle touch of warmth and humidity creeping towards his sense, while also recognizing the soft moisture delicately expelling from his body. His thoughts contemplate murder as he pondered the significance of the disturbance of money within the syndicate. He acknowledged the existence of the Bolivia alien race and was fully aware of their ancestry tracing back to the state of Kadian. Time and time again, he showed his passion for his business. He looked forward, always staying ahead of the game. I shall bring that Simmel to his knees when we meet again, Muresk thought. Keeping his thoughts to himself, he avoided useless numbing distractions. The way he carefully constructed his plan only added to his air of authority, leaving no doubt that he was born to reign over the criminal enterprise. He had just received word that his former close associate, Quintus Lefray, was murdered in the warehouse. The announcement caused him to smile. Iron chains were tightly bound around the body, as if to ensure his complete immobilization. There were consequences of becoming a traitor. His plan to regain control was on schedule. Lefray was a fool, he thought. He was allowed to spread his lies for far too long. Violating his key agreement to kill a key politician was the last straw. The constant discussion surrounding the desire to preserve the family dynasty has now resulted in the tragic killing of what used to be a trusted associate. He plays a fool's game and lost his life, and his family lost access to his title. To ensure the proper closing of Quintus' estate, he established a contract with Alex to recapture the asset. Muresk turned towards one of his bodyguards, sitting alongside him. His guard served as his sole means of protection. They were fully aware that he was the one in charge and would never question his bidding. In comparison to Quintus, none of his guards were foolish enough to do anything daft. Sending orders to his guards was like telling children to do a chore. Children don't get to question why, they do what they are told without debate. Those foolish enough to ask questions will be severely berated. The police vehicle sped towards the abandoned construction site. Upon arrival, the pilot lowered his speed, descending safely onto a landing pad adjacent to what will be a rooftop patio/office space. Muresk was the first to exit, followed by 2 armed bodyguards. As he headed towards the entrance, he looked at the 2 guards, frowning. If you don't mind. You know where to find us, said the guard on his left. His boss requesting privacy was not unusual. Holler out to me if you need anything. Muresk smiled, as the bodyguards backed off to comply with his privacy requests. Sighing, he thought, okay, Muresk, pull it together. I just need to work with my client, then I can take my leave. Inside the building, the noise of footsteps resonate loudly, reverberating against the hard, metallic surface of the floor. The floor was bathed in a bright illumination. Ray of light shined upon it. Abandoned equipment was lined up neatly in the center of the room. Particles of dust blanketed various deserted construction material. Nails, screws, hammers lay scattered along the floor. The skeleton frame project required numerous finishing touches. Due to a strike, the place was empty, allowing Miras to secure a private meeting. He stood calmly in an empty room, awaiting his associate appearance. He anticipated his emergence from the darkness. "Did you find the documents?" the shadowy voice said in an almost resentful tone. "Yes, but I cannot access them without the right credentials. The chance of covering our tracks are growing slimmer by the day. We must get Darku out. We are extremely close to achieving our goal. Last night, I infiltrated the NYPD HQ database. Based on the records, Darku is locked up in a penitentiary. Apparently, the Frontier find his occupants repulsive, and I doubt they would approve of what I do either. Anyways, he is being held on an asteroid which housed the Dabbarow Prison. The UGF controls this site. Right next to it is a very lucrative mining facility. The prisoners are forced to work there, and the entire place is packed with security. We must break him out before the Frontiers cause devastating damage to the Stratai factory. Do you have anyone who will siege the Dabbarow prison?" Miras asked. Before his voice could respond, Alex slowly stepped into the light, making himself visible. His red-by-red LED light vibrantly glowed, and his face was stone cold. He assumed the form of a dark-skinned human. He revealed the solution, stating, "I have a valuable client who would be happy to tackle the prison security system for you. He goes by the name of Nicholson Ladi. You may know his work. He created the Awakening encryption messaging app. I must warn you, it'll cost you." "How much?" "Ladi is just one small part. The amount of manpower required to pull off this mission is enormous," Alex smirked. "Luckily for you, I have already sent some of our boys to help take part in this expedition. Of course, the Quadriopathers will aid in the daring heist as well. So, the cost? Well, it'll add up quickly." "Wow, an expedition fleet?" Mira snapped, then smiled. "That was an admirable response. Nicholson brought a big mop to clean up the mess Darku created. I no longer bear this burden alone. Seems like you're operating ahead of schedule. I like it. Is there anything else that needs to be done?" "Not currently. I think we have done enough for today," Alex said. He offered a content smile, satisfied that he had fiercely answered all Miras' questions while yielding his snake tongue. "It's crucial that you continue your normal work. No matter what issue arises, you must keep your guard up. I need you to keep your eyes open and your ears to the ground." "That won't be a problem. Assuming I don't interfere with the Quadriopathers, we will all get along just fine. Just remember that I run an honest business. I don't associate with traitors." Alex frowned. Then he thought, I hate it when he says that. I'm no traitor. I don't deceive. I don't steal. I follow my own rules. Liars feast among the savages. Truth-tellers seek their own justice. "Do what you wish," Alex said. "Please make sure you keep in touch with me if any issues arise. If any come up, these shouldn't be too hard to mitigate. I'll see you in a bit. Cheers." With a delightful smile, Miras settled the meeting and stared on the path back to his vehicle. Isolated, Alex walked to the right edge of the patio, offering a small window into the heart of the city. He stood listening to the rhythm of the city traffic. The sombering sound felt very moody. While the city seems alive and well, there exists a mysterious corner connected to the dark underworld hidden from the Frontier's prying eyes. Their survival against the onslaught of the Cymodonians was not guaranteed. It remains uncertain whether Alex and the Quadripathers would continue to thrive. Their future looks bleak. To increase their chances, Nicholson knew he needed to carefully execute a plan involving the kidnapping of Darku, thus eliminating the evidence that could bring them down. Nicholson Ladi was a key to the entire operation. The Pathers must thwart the Frontier's attempt to dissolve the Strati factory. Just a quick pause. Time back in. Glad to see you in peace, Sapolsky, Lawrence Dadok said. He sat at his desk, arm resting on the table. Jake returned to Dadok's office for his next assignment, unscratch. Stepping foot into Lawrence's offices again brought back a familiar feeling, almost like being back at home. The dark blue room provided a sneering ambience for Jake, who delighted in witnessing the mesmerizing blue light elegantly moving about the main command center. The office space allowed Lawrence to effectively oversee the command center. Operating continuously, there never seems to be any dull moment. Day and night, their attendants focus on discovering both internal and external threats to the state. Lawrence was a former human general in a galactic strategic service. He left after the Great Galaxy War. To celebrate, he grew a scruffy beard. At the age of 60, he was sent in his way. 2 weeks into his retirement, he accepted a position as administrator of the Simidonian. This critical role was responsible for overseeing a vast network of secretive military police branches. His detectives were to safeguard the state by coordinating the operatives assigned to hunt down bounties within the underworld. Jake looked up to Lawrence. His training in the armed force was embedded within the secretive organization. As his mentor, he taught him how to keenly observe operations. He offered guidance with an element of surprise. Jake found his techniques to be extremely viable. The harsh training was not something that everyone could endure. It was reserved only for the best of the best. To achieve his dream of becoming a professional, Jake would have to fight fiercely and overcome numerous obstacles. Otherwise, he would find himself crawling back to the urban street. Looking back, Jake was, without a doubt, impressed to see Alex cheat death during the Qualia War. That bastard was trying to take him down. Now he wanted him dead. Furious with his former brother, he wanted to see him suffer. Masking his emotion effectively, he constantly fought between the desire for vengeance and his need to remain focused on his current mission. I've been monitoring your progress in Operation Syad. It looks like we got something bigger than we ever imagined. The Gatami brothers have done a tremendous job looking into Darku's database. They were able to determine what type of software locked the database. A utility program was used to upload a worm into our system. This worm executes if the user types in the wrong security code 5 times, making the risk of guessing too great. If you find yourself in an IT role, you must be extremely careful about which software you interact with. We figured it might be possible to breach the security code by utilizing our own hacking software. But this process is time-consuming. We do have one safer option available to us. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go get Darku, Jake thought. His mind raced for a moment before emerging with a plan that was poised to become a famous chess move. He felt impatient. His desire to begin was overwhelming. I know exactly what we need to do, Jake said confidentially. I looked up Darku in the criminal database. He was taken to an asteroid base called the Dabbarow Prison. A simple instruction from his seller could be done with minimal incidents. Looks like I'll need to spill the bad news, Lawrence struggled. He appreciated Jake's laser-focused discipline. Best to get this over with. I hate to say this, Sapolsky. We are currently receiving troubling reports about that prison, Lawrence said in disappointment. Let me turn in to GNN. With a few quick taps on his desk, Lawrence summoned a hologram to appear. The digital television station booted up, the feed displayed on the right side of the wall. Reporting live at the Pentagon, a female news reporter, flanked by 2 military officials protecting the entrance, stood ready for her report. Staff members could be seen strolling into the building, clearly ready to begin their normal daily routines of actively gathering classified intel. The news anchor cued her to initiate the report. At 17:55, received word that the terrorist unit called the Moldan raided the Dabbarow Prison. This penitentiary is located within the Sol system. It is used to house extremely dangerous criminals. The Secretary General reported that the terrorist group hijacked into the command center. Our sources tells us that the Moldens hijacked it by using a phishing scheme. Once breached, they disabled the security and defensive infrastructure. This sparked end of a deadly dogfight, resulting in the crippling of several squadron units. At this point, the terrorists deployed troops to launch a devastating ground assault. Currently, the base security unit has been overrun, and the terrorists now control the area. The Moldens issue a warning to the frontier that the base will self-destruct if there are any attempts to retake. We will continue to report on this story as it's still developing. Maddened by the entire situation, Jake muted the news in his mind. In rage, he clenched his fist. "Son of a bitch," Jake growled. "They knew where to hit." We might want to go for a more traditional approach. Report to the Gutami brothers. They'll help you plan for your infiltration. Got it. A report at once. He nodded. Dismiss. Jake rose from his chair and approached the glass door. Lawrence sat still, gazing at his desk. What's more, time was of the essence. The new vigilante would need to strategically utilize all his resources to have any chance of succeeding. I'll take another sip again. Ooh. Lovely. Ed, Jake, and Lenny sat at a large wooden table, complementing their next course of action. The small stack of paperwork offered them an in-depth analysis of the overall layout and schedule of the prison. A hologram globe of the Sol system displayed from the center of the table. The asteroid base they were focused on was marked in red. Lenny Gutami and his brother Ed were of the Numal race. They bore a striking resemblance to a bandicoot. A clean-shaved Lenny wore a black suit without a tie, and he sported a purple jacket, indicating that style was important to him. He possessed a smooth, round-like jaw, which added to his charm. Ed was wearing a blue shirt, wore an orange jacket. Style was not his thing. Ed was the youngest sibling. The brothers were fortunate to be in good physical condition, as they found greater enjoyment in going in marathon runs after completing a long day of work. Eager to start the mission, Jake freely analyzed the hologram from all angles. The excitement of infiltrating the base increased as the details emerge. Sitting silently next to Lenny, Ed thought, "Here I am, sitting at the desk revealing intel. We secured compliments from the federal authority. I doubt we'll see any action, even with all of our hard work. Brilliant, Lenny. Just brilliant." Then he added, It's best if I don't do anything daft. Those Quadripathers have a knife across the frontier throat. Best to get this show on the road." Conducting analysis is perhaps the most unappreciative and least admirable position to take. Let's hope my sibling doesn't make a mistake, Ed thought. This infiltration will not be a simple undertaking, Lenny warned in a serious tone. We investigate multiple methods of breaking into this base, mate. After further analysis, I know where you need to go. Your best option is to fly towards the base and land at the bottom of the crater, Ed added, pointing to a spot on the asteroid map. To do that, you'll need to enable Go Dark on the flight controllers and disable the transponder. While you're undercover, try not to get too close to enemy fires. We won't want to provoke a grouchy bear now, will we? Oi, I know turning off the transponder is illegal in civilized space. You need to do it once you're away from Earth. Well, this is an underwhelming plan, Jake thought. I was hoping for much more. Having become tired of analyzing the plan, he looked at Ed. He listened carefully as Ed detailed the entire route. After meticulously crafting a mental map, he knew it was his turn to strike. Jake knew he was the star of the operation, and he needed to get cracking. A few seconds ticked by when Jake realized Darku's location was the last missing piece of the puzzle. Did you locate Darku's cellar? Jake asked. He is currently being held on basement level 5 in cell number 1138, Ed answered. I'll advise you to take the loading dock as a detour and use the elevator, Lenny suggested. Try to get in there without making a mess. One more thing. I believe Pizzalo is almost done installing a new stealth technology on your ship. Make sure you check with him first. Be sure to test out your new gadgets before you go. Jake pushed the paperwork aside. After what seemed like an eternity, he got up. Thanks, Jake said as he turned towards the automatic door. Lenny and Ed did not respond. As he passed through the office, Jake was pleased he possessed the skills necessary to read the surveillance report. Scanning for the details was second nature at this point. For much of this mission, he would be solo. He alone was responsible for the safe return of Darku. With any luck, he would accommodate his task plus obtain additional credits along the way. Great, now I have a rescue operation. Okay, one more water break. Before heading to the hangar, Jake decided to make a quick stop at the armory. There, he filled a small worn duffel bag with supplies. It did not take long for Jake to reach the hangar entrance. About halfway down the tunnel, he spotted his ship. His eyes were drawn to a moody silver light emanating from within. Dion Jr. stood halfway down the ramp. He was expecting Jake's arrival. Junior, a descendant from the Lazaro race, was in his mid-20s. His frog-like appearance was highlighted by his yellow neck that was slightly longer than the average human. Physically, he appeared weak, but he was skilled in swimming and IT support. He sported a casual business suit, wore a red-white baseball cap. Ah, Avolsky, Dion Jr. said in a croaky tone. I've been waiting for you. John Bazito finished the self-technology installation. Come with me, and I'll show you. Just in time, Jake smiled. Only a little. Now, how much potential will this demonstration reveal? He wondered. Upon walking through the automatic doors, Junior and Jake found themselves just inside the hangar. Positioned in the center of the room stood a remarkable old ship known as Riva. The former cargo ship was converted into a small, rusted fighter at approximately 10 meters long and no higher than 6.5 meters. The two engines on its wing made it fast and agile. The engines were known to cough and sputter after using the booster for an extended period. After over 10 years in service, the ship was proven to be ideal for transporting small goods. The vehicle seemed fully repaired and ready for takeoff. It had been 2 days since Jake last flew. Regrettably, with no time to practice for a dogfight, he hoped his skills had not become rusty. John, working with pit droids, was interacting with the terminal. He seemed stressed. Working collaboratively with newly purchased droid was a challenge. Teaching him to be flight repair mechanics was no easy task. As a descendant of the Ofra race, he was known for his falcon-like appearance. He was often seen wearing an old Frontier veteran flight jacket. It represented his inherent loyalty towards his state. Lecturing the droids on how to correctly perform ship repairs was a burden. The urge to shut a droid down with a punch to its nose grew within him after he witnessed one of them inflicting irreversible damage to a critical component. Despite these common mistakes, he continued to try to relish his day. Lecturing the droids on how to correctly perform ship repair was a burden. The urge to shut a droid down. The newly purchased droid's expertise did not extend to ship repairs, as their programming primarily revolves around land vehicles. John knew that once they fully grasped the method, the droid's abilities would surpass the average human mechanic. John closed his tablet, allowing one of the droids to assume control of the main terminal. Avolsky, good to see you, John said, greeting him with open wings. Apologize for the long wait. She has a new engine, and the droids just completed installing nanite armor to your shield. The process was time-consuming, but the nanite should aid you as you approach the Dabbarow prison. Try it out, Junior added. He handed the remote device to Jake, who gladly took it. Enjoy the show. With the intention of examining the effectiveness of the nanite, Jake pressed the back button. The ship disappeared, cloaked invisibility. Impressed, his jaw dropped in shock. Now you see your ship, now you don't, John rhymed. So, what do you think? You made my ship impossible to detect, Jake said, as he reached out to softly touch its cell. In response, the nanites rumbled, causing a rippling effect. These nanites should make my job effortlessly. Touching the film was like playing with a visible gooey gel. Jake moved his hand away. The ship remained hidden. One touch did not reveal its identity. Be careful with the armor plane, Ovolsky. You might drain the power, Dion Jr. warned him. Jake shook his head. He would not test it again. He smiled, confident in the effectiveness of the technology. Charming. How's the operation going? Junior asked. Doing fine, Jake answered. Exhaustion was settling in, but there was no time to catch a breather. I swear, this operation has been a bloody mess since the start. Did something peculiar happen? Bazal asked. He could tell something was bothering Jake from within. He needed a definitive answer. Instead of offering a clear answer, Jake briefly paused. His surrounding froze as his eyes glanced towards an empty space. Flash. Safely tucked behind a tree, Jake could see the open battlefield. His face felt the powerful gusts of the raging dust storm. A distinct scent of smoke and gunfire filled the air. His commander, along with Alex Moses, had been left stranded. Above them, an enemy armored combat vehicle was searching for any remaining hostiles. Hamadil manned the gun. As Jake watched his brother seemingly being carried away by the clouds, he struggled with the desire to shut out. No, nothing unexpected, Jake snapped, remaining tight-lipped. You sure? Bazal asked. He suspected that something was off. I'll be fine, he reassured. Is it me, or was Jake staring towards his death? Bazal thought. He was disturbed by what he had seen thus far. No matter. Having expressed his desire to uncover Jake's troubling past, he took the hint to leave it alone. He hoped that Jake would maintain his positive spirit. Jake, I know you have supplies you need to drop off. I still need to do a pre-flight check before you depart. Copy that. Let me know when you are done. I want to get started. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and take out this little Christmas stream. Just transition back to my slide. Okay, prison raid. Let's go ahead and go over what we have actually learned thus far from slide. So, what else can I actually say about the prison raid? Our very first chapter begins where the Molden plots to raid a prison facility. The whole point of this chapter is to give you the setup of what leads to the event of the title in question. So, what was the main theme of this novella? What was the major inspiration for this first chapter? Context is necessary for a better understanding on two rhetorical questions. As mentioned in this very slide, my major inspiration for writing was inspired by Goldeneye Double Summon and Perfect Dark. One of the consistent ideas shared between two medias in two different genres is all about infiltration within a base. What will not be retained within the novella is that we do not have any intentions towards creating a MacGuffin. The main focal point for this novella is for Jacob Wolsey to go on an adventure. In order to partake on this operation, I have to forge an important key plot that will define their hero's expectation. To illustrate, I have to forge an important key plot that would define their explanation. To illustrate this, the main method was creating the hero's journey. A hero's journey involves an unlikely protagonist who is called to go on an adventure. This answer may sound reasonable for me to answer, but there's a few key problems with this. The main complaint I have with this chapter is that there's no motivation towards why Jake is going on an adventure. To address this, my solution was to take a few steps all the way back in the beginning and give him a proper introduction where he was hopeless. Thankfully though, this was already addressed from the previous work. If you look back at my previous vertical slice from a novel, I have created a proper setup where Jake would travel in abandoned mines, was left in a coma as he fell, and the mask woke him up. Due to the troubling thoughts of the mask in the quality of war, Jake is tasked to hunt down bounties that reside within the underworld. Later on in the story, he'll need to destroy an encrypted propaganda messaging app called Awakening. He will need to find the ringleader of the Quality Pathers and bring him down, dead or alive. It wouldn't be fair to say, oh, I have to rescue Darku out of the prison to be the main motivator. The proper way to introduce this motive is that Jake needs to rescue Darku because he knows where the Stratai factory, a narcotic drug planet, is located. Valuable information like these should lead him towards locating the Quality Pathers. Granted, this introduction may sound weak as a setup in novella. What really excelled in this chapter was important context of what was about to happen in the next chapter. Within the first few paragraphs, we had a proper closer look at Mira's thoughts. The way it was presented is that I want to get a closer understanding of what it means to be a real criminal underworld leader. My initial idea is to make him relatable towards real-life cartel in the present day. I may not 100% be accurate towards a real-life criminal, but I did get a firm understanding over their philosophy. The Muldens is a sci-fi fundamentalist space cartel who specialize towards creating narcotics. They have normally engaged in criminal warfare against both criminals, factions, and federal authority. The group is very specialized towards influencing their political agenda to ensure their own stability within the underworld. Profits are driven within the black market. When compared to the Quality Pathers, these are represented as cultist jihadists who's grown reviled against the frontier. They plot to launch a dystopian reign of terror using all means, including disturbing peace, conducting genocide, and sabotaging key industrial resources within the galaxy. The major differences between two factions is that the Pathers are ideologically driven towards violence. They have declared a religious war. Muldens are represented as a criminal business enterprise. This material should leave you plenty of room for you to think about. Anyways, what's really important is that the Muldens, under support by the Quality Pathers, plot to raid a Frontier affiliate base. They want to capture the prison so they can extract Darku and have him delete any sensitive information that will lead the feds to strike down the Stratai factory. That's the only key motivator over why these two hostile factions are doing this. In the next section, we get to see Jake have a pleasant chat with the chief staff who oversees the Operation Syad. This joint expedition is done in large collaboration with the feds, including the Counter-Terrorist Unit Organization. Brought near the end of the chapter, this is where Jake would make all the necessary preparations before he starts up on his next mission. He would board a ship that comes with a built-in cloaking device and fly his way towards the asteroid base. That's the gesture of what this setup looks like. Prior to my work on the novella, I made myself clear that I do not want to pledge towards the culturally sensitive agenda. That means we do not want to build a general apathy world building for the minority audience. Many original entertainment I've seen thus far has fallen into this pitfall. I do not want to target a specific audience that appeals to no one. When building a diverse cast, the creators would need to make sure they properly define the characters in question. Case in point, I'll be okay if you could build an ex-alien race, but that character gets involved into crime and is a true utter piece of shit person. Looking back into Marat's monologues, he curved towards making much wealth. He liked to stay ahead of the game by killing his close associates, conduct a huge influx of narcotic trading operation. He does not want any feds to sabotage their factory. I don't give a shit towards the race or who they are identified as. I want to build the world building based on my own vision without ever making an activist agenda. I like to keep that vision consistent without trying to alienate the audience. Unlike Starfeud, where human civilization is made up of African/Indian residents, the race design in the Cymodilian has a good mixture of alien, amorphobic, more adult-like, and human race. To better illustrate the dark space opera, here's a diagram that should give you an idea. For the Cymodilian, I want the race design to be Star Fox meets Master Orion 1, Master Orion 2 meets Star Wars. That's the real mockery I want to go for. Chapter 2, The Break-In. I'm gonna be on pause for a moment while I go right ahead and set up a stream for Goldeneye Double Summon. I'll start this game up in just a few moments. And here we go. I didn't want to forget about playing this game now, do we? Well, it's been a while. I might as well get a head start while I still can. It's funny I actually started to at least play this game. This is meant to be run on an emulation, so hopefully you don't mind the quality that's been presented here. Let me backtrack here. I'd like to start a new game from scratch. Remember, I'll be playing up to 5 missions shown above here, and I'd like to get back towards reading. Oh, and prior to once I completed 5 levels, I'm gonna go ahead and grab myself a little fine drink for the holiday. So hopefully get yourself comfy, relax, while I'll go right ahead and jump into Dam. Alright, this is it, the Will Summon Agent. Time to break in the dam. Shame I was a little clumsy these days not be able to have a chance to publish my novella for the 25th anniversary of Goldeneye Double Summon. Well, at least I was able to at least, get it out as of today. Besides, I suppose it won't be that big of a deal because, fun fact, as this year in 2025, that also marked the 30th anniversary of Goldeneye Double Summon film. So, you know what? I think it's fine, the way it is, either way. Boy, that wasn't too bad until I couldn't see one person from far away. There you are. Just put a crosshair placement because I have good game sense. And this is a technique I'll be using when I play Counter-Strike 2. Oh my god, I completely forgot. I had not even played Goldeneye Double Summon in well, I have to imagine for forever, as far as I could tell. So I was thinking about at least getting back to that game at some point, and maybe do a live stream for it. This time with the boys. One day I might do it. And for those that are really curious about exactly what is my highest premiere ranking I received, it's close to 17k. So I'm a really good player who understands the core gameplay itself, but I'm not the top tier Major League Gaming professional player, if you get what I mean. But I'm pretty good enough to at least like get around most of the game itself, generally. So that's not much of a complaint I want to make. Alright, just let me stick this covert device, and I'm gonna get out of here. Don't care. Bring my sniper of justice. Few days before I actually even start the stream, I just actually overheard that... Oh, that's weird. My game might have crashed? No? Okay, that was odd. Yep, that works. Yep, that works for me, I guess. That was odd. Again, this is meant to be done through emulator, so... What else can I actually say, though, while I'm playing through this? Right. One of the things I want to mention here is... I know this was, like, a few days late prior to the start of this recording, but I actually heard one of the key industry players who actually worked on Call of Duty, Titanfall, including Medal of Honor, Allied Assault... Vince Appella? Yeah, I think it was Vince Appella. I actually overheard that he got himself killed in a car accident, which is like... I feel really speechless the moment I actually heard about it. But damn, that really hit me real hard. He was driving like a sports car. Uncontrollably with that insane speed limit of, say, 118 miles per hour, which of course, that is extremely fast. And two, you do not want to at least go way beyond the speed limit and try this at home under any circumstance. If you are a living person who's listening to this right now, period, you can get yourself an accident. You could hurt other people. It's really dumb. I do not recommend you to at least go over that speed limit. Oh, I killed by the explosion. I'm really speechless and that powerless to be able to do anything about that. Oh, no, not dead yet. No scope that. No. Nope. Alright then. Should be getting close towards the end. Now I can make my grand escape. Yes. A couple of games I've actually picked up from the Steam Winter Sale. For one, I've actually picked up the Tomb Raider collection, including a bunch of indie buttload games such as that classic basketball video game, in case you guys are wondering. I have played a wee bit of the Tomb Raider original trilogy and the sequel trilogy remake. That was like really well done to my surprise, and I absolutely enjoy it. I imagine a control scheme, the way how it actually plays though, it's like, it functions a lot like it's a tank, but at least you could actually do some proper platforming, unlike a game of, say, Resident Evil. So that was... It's a very steep learning curve to be able to use, like, be the master, be able to get through each of the platform and the level designs, but it can be quite rewarding if you know how you can get around each of the levels. And here we go. I completed Dam. Onward to the facility. Let's go. Plop. I hope the Ancient 64 actually comes out at some point next year. Figure that out. Oh, that's not here. Awareness is real. Okay there. Alrighty, matey. Yes. One thing I'd like to mention is, by the way, in case you didn't know, I actually heard there's a remake of one of X-Rare developers' FPS title, Time Splitters, that actually came out as of this year, and you could actually play the Unreal Engine 4 game 100% purely free, which I have done, and to my surprise, it's actually a faithfully one-on-one creation of the original PlayStation 2. I may not be a big fan of like the lighting, generally speaking, but hey, what really did survive was its well-built, consoleized like first-person controllers, what we are playing right now. That's the only one general good credit I want to at least like make for this stream. Ay ay ay. And I think there's an obnoxious setting I like to disable. Yep, that's where it is. Much better. Who needs aim assist? Oh, hey, look, no bond around. I hope like a recompiled port of this game actually comes out one day. Oh, I can't see the hat. Okay, I need to find David though, and he's like somewhere around here. So I gotta need to speak to him. Bit wee one and messy, but not to worry. I will try to rescue my... Oh, there he is. Let's get out of here. I hate shooting hats. I can't hold myself but think that the most iconic line from Left 4 Dead is a guy who says, I hate this, I hate that, and so forth. And it always stuck to me ever since. Cliche? Sure. Oh, thanks for the key. Don't need anything else. Scallywaggers. Like I'm a little cheeky little pirate. Door decoder. Alright, let me plant some explosive and then set this on your way. Hi Alex, bye Alex. Set this explosive up. I can just complete this and be on my way. Don't care. I'm just getting out of here. Gotta make my escape. Oh, I only shot in the neck, not the head. That was close. Shame we don't get motorcycles around here, but instead, we got ourselves a nice little tank. I gotta switch. Perspective. Drive away. I don't expect the explosion to at least like 100% like nuke them off. And of course, if I need a raise, I'm gonna have to raise it up. Destroy the gun turrets. Board this vehicle, and then we can fly away. Ugh, I imagine if I was playing this on console, I'd have to deal with the 30 FPS lock these days. And here we go. Made our escape. Alright, that's like mission 4. I'm gonna revert back to reading at some point soon. I'll give a quick rebap. And I'll make sure to continue my presentation soon. What else have I actually been working on? Well, for one, I actually published like my blog post, Unseen Treasure Trove Parade 2. I am very pleased with how this work actually came out, but I do notice there are some plenty of inconsistency that actually occurred towards most of my material. One of my plans I hope to see myself do, well, hopefully next year, if I get the chance, I want to go back towards most of the previous writing material I actually made towards that blog, and I'll make sure to make a slight little update. In this case, I simply want to make sure I add a update note correction or something along the lines. I'll mention, hey, let me correct this statement here since there's a little slight misleading that was written here, but I'll make sure to give you the accurate one that should have been presented to begin with. I honestly don't remember what it was. I know that there was some contract bullshit that actually occurred, but I'll make sure to take a look at it after the fact. Fortunately, though, most of my information was half right, and I really do appreciate how it actually turned out for my blog. And I hope to at least create another similar post like that by the time I actually work on Star Wars 1313. Which, that's gonna be a completely different beast from its own time, I guess. If you ask me. Oh yeah, I know where to go. Duh. I forgot to actually go to this building over here and show the crosshair. That's where it's meant to be locked up. I need to go there so I'll be able to get the safe key. Perfect. Get the intel, shut down the communication array right here, and I'll just make my exit. I can imagine it's way too easy these days to get lost in this wretched place if you don't know where you're going. Really hope for a decompiled PC port like this to come out one day. I'll keep my fingers crossed for that. Got some hostiles out in the distance. Just run, run, run. Got that. Yep, that's good. Almost supposed to brain fart this, besides. Yeah, well, it's been almost a while since I actually played this game. Do anything? Perfect. And we're off. Safety first when dealing with explosive. That's all I gotta say. Already, mate. Let me bring explosives. Meow. Meow. Thanks to you for the keys. Keys of the kingdom. Well, I don't expect any consistent accuracy from that range. Run, run. Okay, I got some trouble behind. Burp, burp. I can't really get a clean headshot. Any more? Here, this play. Yep. Bam, bam, bam. Ow. What stupid hat. No more cameras for you. Shh. Only shut the hat, but... Okay, I gotta do some digging around here. Get my tools. Camera. One, two. What's that? Hello. Okay, so while I'm waiting for Boris to at least, like, go ahead and do his diligence towards activating, well, disabling the security, let me see what the interesting subjects I'd like to discuss about. I always had to ask myself exactly what the year 2026 is actually going to hold for me. Sure, it's going to be slightly different than it was as of last year, but yet... I really hope to at least see myself bite the bullet towards at least moving out to this humbling home one day. Towards a much smaller but very comfort location. I do have some other couple particular houses I want to look at, but I haven't even decided where I want to go yet. Honestly, I have not. But I'm pretty sure I could figure something out after I review each of the information. Oh, no, don't use a club. Meow! Meow! Oh, wow, it goes fast. I swing, and that's what I do in video games. I mean, if you watch any of my gameplays of Counter-Strike like months ago, you would know what to anticipate. Look at that, I got 75. Go dead. Let me see. Yeah, living up to Silo, and I'm just gonna pause this game right now. Okay. I'm gonna take myself a little sip. I'll just give you the slide in question. For our next slide, we are about to read The Break-In. This is going to be real fun. I hope you'll be willing to stick together while I'm about to read it. In the meantime, back to the campfire, and we'll sit back, relax. Marvelous. Just get this back and... Like a slithering snake camouflaged in tall grass, Jake evaded the Molden squadron surrounding the prison. The cloaking device proved to be instrumental in this undertaking. After guiding his ship to the bottom of the crater, he maneuvered into the cargo bay. Soft white lights hum as he illuminate the locker containing his supplies. Sitting on the steel box, Jake inspected the livered dart. Slowly and carefully, he opened its small hatch, checking to see if the strings were pushed back. The experience of the operation was reminiscent of a child's slingshot, except there were no rocks. The locker was a small reminder of his old barricade foot locker. In contrast, it represented exclusiveness. He was alone, isolated from any form of a platoon. He wondered, will I ever work with another partner, or will I be destined to fight alone? He knew his chance of finding anyone here were small. It would not be advisable to become overly friendly with prisoners. Frustrated with himself, he set the idea aside. For the time being, he needed to focus on the objective at hand. To keep in touch with his administrator, Jake toggled the comm on his left forearm. Luckily, both Lawrence and Jake were in the Soul Sector, where 99% of the time the communication lines were secure. If problems did occur, they typically happen while using a highly secured channel. I should ring Lawrence before he gets mad as a cabbage monster, Jake thought. I hope the conversation is short. The extraction is my only concern. Lawrence, this is Volsky speaking, Jake said. I'm prepping my gear right now. Should be on the move soon. While waiting for a response, he methodically loaded 10 non-lethal darts until it was fully loaded. The darts would allow him to retain his element of surprise, thus buying him time to achieve his mission. With careful precision, he could end any adversary rightly, be it by lead or dart. Excellent. Were you spotted? Lawrence said. Negative. My position was not compromised. I repeat, my position was not compromised. Very well. Be warned that the Moldens have gained control of the security. In the event you are spotted during the operation, the entire facility will be in lockdown. Do you understand? Will do. Volsky signing out, Jake spoke before disabling his comm. Good luck, Volsky. Jake reached into the cabinet to retrieve a fully loaded Eroa 98. The gun suppressor made it ideal for stealth operation. Switching off the safety, he was ready to proceed. Just like a submarine submerging into the vastness of the ocean, he descended the platform of his ship and entered the unknown. Originally, The crater was void of living creatures. However, the UGF designed cutting-edge atmospheric technology to convert molecules into oxygen. An invisible electric barrier trapped the transformed gas and constantly recycled the carbon dioxide released by all the imported life forms. It also regulated the temperature of the atmosphere, its default at 69.8 degrees. Just like Earth, he could walk freely. The asteroid itself was void of light. Man-made construction lights lined the rim of the crater, casting a shadow over everything. Jake stood at the center, looking up. He spotted two separate doors. One door led to the prison, the other to the command post. To his right, midway up the crater wall, he saw a small dry cave. A retracted ladder was impossible to reach. Clearly, it was used for emergency scenarios. Time to get cracking, Jake thought. Following Jake's left turn, he proceeded along the ridge, heading towards a rocky ravine. Walking down the ravine, he spotted a hidden fan swirling counterclockwise. The fan, which was connected to a cooling system, helped regulate the temperature. To steer clear of Molden's thugs, Jake devised a plan to make use of the vent system. According to the intel, the base has two types of tunnels, one for ventilation, and one for running electrical. Running alongside the edge, Jake jumped over several deep crevasses until he reached a large, loud ventilation unit. To access the tunnel, he would first have to disable the fan. He burned the controller lock with his torch. After a few minutes, the lock dropped to the ground. The door swung, and he flipped the switch to shut down the fan. Patiently, he stood by, waiting for the blaze to gradually slow down and eventually come to a complete halt. Lighting the torch again, he melted the blades, keeping the way with his mighty boots. Jake stealthily crawled inside the vent and made his way into the secure prison facility. There was no going back. The break-in was underway. A military convoy pulled up to the drop zone. Replenishing supplies prior to the anticipated UGF retaliation was a top priority. The personnels were exclusively Oblivions. Hiring outside of their ancestry line was only done under approved conditions. Their bodies were long and worm-like. Their uniquely large eyes combined with small ears made them easily identifiable. Having just liberated the prison, taking a moment to celebrate was ill-advised. Time was not on their side. Each of them knew that supplies were vital to maintaining their military position. As one truck pulled away, the next vehicle began positioning itself to drop off its load. The guards took this opportunity to grab a quick puff. They stood watching the driving as a gentle breeze blew the smoke gracefully across the bay. The job itself was not appealing, however. The extra credits they earned for unloading each load were motivating enough to keep them going. They rushed to finish before the UGF force arrived. Serving as the central hub, the command post played a crucial role in coordinating the entire operation, both internally and externally. The Molden leaders were fully aware of the current activities. They understood the heightened security measures were critical to ward off potential intruders. Should any irregularities arise during the operation, the command post would promptly notify all members and direct them to abandon the prison, ensuring a safe retreat to their ship. It was like watching for thunderstorms. They knew they would be forced to retreat once the main thunderstorms covered the base. Here at last, Molden thought. After engaging his brakes, the driver killed the engines. The cargo door opened, revealing large, neatly stacked boxes. each containing quadrant ore. The ore was close to reaching its destination, the flight hangar. The last step was to physically move the craters to a floating cargo transportation unit. Designed to be flexible, they could easily navigate through the small transport tunnel, which ultimately led to the hangar. With the first load in their grasp, the workers started the lengthy process of transporting the crates. Holy crap! I did not expect to see this much quadro ore in one spot, Emil then said. The sheer volume left him truly amazed. The powerful resource has been recovered from the deepest depth of the asteroid. Once extracted, a unique conversion tool was utilized to transform the ore into fuel. Now, quadro fuel was exclusively labeled military use only. Public consumption was illegal. Border patrols at all ports scanned ships to detect its presence. If found, it was confiscated before it made its way to the open market. The demand for fuel within the vast expanse of the galaxy was high. Individuals with criminal intent leveraged the black market supply chain to cover their tracks. The risks were astronomical, but if done successfully, they had the potential of walking away rich. We're barely scratching the surface, another Molden gestured. What do you mean we're only scratching the surface? He responded curiously. Well, I heard there's a prototype fighter locked away in the hangar bay, Wimbledon said. Any idea what type? Let me see. Yes, I know what it is. I heard there's a ship called CS Madu X, also nicknamed Saber 1. Originally designed to be a specialized police vehicle, they are equipped with private luxury beds. Certainly not what you see on military ships. You know, I could use a bed when I'm done with my shift. That's only half of the story, he gestured with enthusiasm. One of my sources hinted that during the experiment phase, a test was conducted using a high-tech weapon like the standard issue Marvel M44 fighter. Also, its newly designed engines sets it apart from most UGF fighters. Now we're talking. Any idea what this sucker is using? I believe the engine is called Pius 500. If I remember correctly, it has major improvements over the Pius 300. If the Saber 1 and the Caliber police fighter went against each other, I'm certain the Saber 1 would beat the Caliber speed by over 25 meters. Is there any chance we might secure a Saber 1? We might bring one home once we're done here, Molden answered. Just sit tight. Best we don't get too carried away, alright? Certainly. While working, he thought, I wonder how my brother heard about this ship. He must have read about it on the dark web. Tech companies would never openly disclose classified military equipment. I need to remember to ask him about his source. Hey, I just saw in the news that a newcomer is now rated as the fastest racer in the galaxy, another Molden added to the conversation. His name is Elvis. His finishing time for the latest race on planet Earth blew everyone else away. Oh, really? Who did he go up against? Audison. Holy crap, Elvis' goddamn ride was pimped up a notch. What do you mean? You mean to tell me they had never seen his ride? It's very high tech, state of the art. No humans have been able to replicate it. Do you really think it pays to place needless bets on the top tier racer? Thought a co-worker who was listening to the conversation. I don't believe he is the best. He won't stay in first place for long. Did you place bets on him to win the next race? Absolutely. He is the best racer I ever seen. But are you sure that he is the best? You know, the odds are not in your favor. You know what? Screw you. It's my money. I earned it. I can do whatever I want. Well, suit yourself. If you lose all your earnings, it's on you, buddy. Whatever. I don't give a shit. Like the back of their hands, they were initially familiar with the treasures within Dabbarow Prison. Their underlying motivation for being there was centered around profit making, overshadowing both the weapons and prisoners. Quadrant ore was a vital commodity. The more ore they acquire, the more invincible they would become. Their enterprise would soon become as powerful as the ore itself. They held strong conviction that controlling the treasure would render them unstoppable. But for how long? Without faltering, the Moldens persisted in their endeavors to unload the ore. Upon finishing the task, their next responsibility would be to transport the supplies from the storage facility to the flight hangar. What the? A Molden muttered from within the vehicle's cargo area. An odd scent caused his face to squint. I smell something funny. Did you check the engine the last time you started it up? His mate said as he continued examining the shipment paperwork. Yes, the vehicle is in pristine condition. The smell just started. We need to find out where it is coming from before we start the engine again. Yep, I'm on it. Just cover my ass for me, will ya? Sure thing, I'll take point. The two thugs walked down the ramp. One inspected the exterior before crawling underneath. The integrity of the structures was maintained, but it was dirty. Sludge was splattered on the tires and walls due to the muddy roads. The vehicles looked tired after a long day of work. Fortunately, though, he spotted nothing out of the ordinary. Until... From beneath the vehicle, he heard the slightest dripping noise. A leak emanating from the edge of the tank was causing the fuel to slowly seep out. He was surprised. It was protocol to inspect the tank prior to filling it. 2 hours ago, there was no sign of a leak. Disgusted, devoting time to fixing the vehicle will result in a substantial loss of progress. Now, he will have to fix it while the rest of his crews empty the cargo. Looks like we have a problem with the fuel tank. I'll check it out. Slithering slowly, he crawled under the vehicle's bed, uncertain of the extent of the damage. A sharp piece of ore sticked out of the edge made it apparent that someone had purposely pierced the tank. How the heck did this get here? He thought. He attempted to remove it, but it was stuck. In an instant, he was overcome by the sensation of warmth, as if a blanket has been draped over his entire body. The vehicle burst destroyed the cargo vehicle, bound into flames. The subsequent explosion ensured reduces its countless fragments. The blast unleashed a powerful wave of destruction, causing the entire prison to shake. A crew member pulled the fire alarm, putting the entire operation on high alert. 6 men lay dead, and the loading platform had sustained substantial damage. Come in, Central. We are under attack. Someone put a leak in one of our gas line, he said as he listened to his next instruction. Understood. We'll scout the area for hostiles. At the highest point of the drop-off zone, a platform granted access to a critical storage unit. The explosion served its purpose. Jake easily slipped past the posted henchmen. Upon entering the room, he unexpectedly stumbled upon an enormous pile of iron crates. Some of them held quadrant ore, while others contained ammunition, weapons, explosive. The concrete floor was covered in dirt. The room felt industrial. With each step, Jake treaded deeper into the dark room, his sense heightened in anticipation of the foes waiting for him at the bay. Jake found solace in the darkness. A dim light provided him with just the right amount of illumination to guide him in the right direction. He cautiously glanced around the corner to find 2 boxes placed in a parallel arrangement next to a large metal table. 3 guards sat discussing what appears to be a final preparation. The process was quite time-consuming, but they knew their hard work would not go unrewarded. The explosion shook the office, forcing them to suspend their work. What the hell is going on? The leader of the group said, clearly displeased with the situation. A nasty explosion just occurred next door. It looks like it might be an accident. What makes you think of that? Look, our boys are currently investigating the situation. As soon as they find out more, they will let us know. Do you think that UGF had something to do with it? No, I don't see a reason why they would send special forces. They know if they did, we would be pissed. We would have blown this rock apart. If you'd like to prove me wrong, feel free to gather a few men and go on a scouting mission. If you catch any of them, bring me their heads. We just need to be prepared for anything. After a brief pause, the planning resumed. Suddenly, the lights flickered until darkness followed, and their suspicion rose. I heard a rumor that these light bulbs can glow for over a century, one crew member said. Are you guys familiar with that fact? Well, that must be fake. Light bulbs don't last forever, O'Molden sluggishly answered. He cared little about trivial rumors. We should inspect the fuse box before we replace the bulb. Fuck it! I'll check the fuse box. I'll be right back, a second crew member replied. He saw no value in contributing to argue about the matter. He just wanted to finish his shift and be done with it. Rising from his seat, he walked into a northerly direction towards the fuse box. Moments later, the two remaining Moldens felt something strike their chests. Their heads lowered, startled by the sensation of a poisonous dart tapping into their blood vessels. Immediately, a rapid flow of chemicals spread throughout their body. Like swatting a mosquito, each of them waved their hands to dislodge the device, but it was too late. With administration of their poison, their hearts became calm, leading to a state of unconsciousness. The two collapsed in their chair. Jake seized the opportunity to snatch the training documents sitting on the table before turning back to the narrow hallway to take out the third hostile. The guard reached the box, completely unaware of his comrade's demise. It did not take long for him to discover that the box had been tampered with. The door was slightly ajar, and the lock had been cut off. The damaged box enraged him. He despised fixing electrical components, and he was not an engineer. While trying to restore the brakes, all activity abruptly ceased when Jake knocked the thug using a tightly clenched hammer. The concrete floor was marked with a small drop of blood, and the thug collapsed. Jake investigated his pockets to ascertain if he possessed an access key for the facility. By sheer luck, Jake found what he was looking for. This specialized key would make it easy for him to access the different sections of the building. It was not a guarantee that it would provide full access, but he was sure it will help in some restricted areas. Before leaving, he concealed the body behind one of the iron storage boxes. With the key in hand, Jake advanced to Darku's prison cell. With a short beep, the key reader granted him passage to the prison entrance hallway, and he was in. The hall was spacious. The ceiling light reflected off the steel, highly polished floor. A sign hanging on the wall indicated two routes to choose from. Leftwards were stairs leading to the elevator. To the right, there were several rooms: armory room, meeting room, and manager's office. Moving stealthily, Jake headed towards the elevator. He readied his sidearm as he pushed through. Jake noticed the sound of footsteps. Two thugs were making their way down the stairs. He hid behind a closed door, waiting for them to pass. Unaware of his presence, they continued their patrol. Jake emerged from his hiding spot and cautiously climbed the stairs. During his ascent, he saw a camera on the right side. Taking aim, he shot it down. Small sparks seemed to celebrate the camera's depth. He hoped the person monitoring the feed missed the fact that he was here. 50 feet away, an elevator awaited his arrival. It was his ride to basement level 2. Jake scanned the key card to open the elevator door. The panel let out a small beep. Its open doors warmly welcomed him into the lift. After stepping inside, Jake pressed the basement 2 button. Then he waited for the doors to close. The descent commenced. Taking advantage of the isolated travel time, he activated his comms, which was on his forearm, to share the good news with Lawrence. Lawrence, this is Jake speaking. Do you read me? Heard you loud and clear, Volsky. What's the situation? Lawrence responded. I infiltrated the Dabbarow prison without leaving witnesses. I'm currently en route to extract Darku from his cell. Excellent. Be advised that the facility is crawling with Moldens. I recommend you use the vents to avoid being detected. Check back in with me after you make your way back to the ship. Until then, radio silence. It's critical that we get Darku back home. Try not to do anything silly, Volsky. Understood, he replied. Jake disabled his comm, waited inside the elevator until it came to a complete stop. The open doors revealed a vacant, slender hallway that served as a conduit to the main hallway. After stepping out of the lift, Jake encountered a steel vent that was situated next to the security door. He elected to take the safest route, as recommended by Lawrence, the vent. Using the hot torch from his forearm, Jake chiseled out the vent's cover. He then carefully removed it, allowing him to access the interior. Since he had time was running out, Jake scrambled his way down the vent. He had to reach Darku before it was too late. Like a cheeky mouse finding shelter in a skeleton building, he conspicuously hurried along. Minutes later, Jake stopped just short of the cell vent. He realized that not only did he have a real chance of extracting Darku, but he was close to attaining the key to Darku's secrets. The key wasn't an ordinary key, but a knowledge-based one. The contents of the database would equip his organization with the insight necessary to construct detailed plans to overcome their enemies. If they utilized the knowledge in the right way, the consequence could be severe, causing extensive harm to both the Moldens and Stratai underground operation. Both the Moldens and Stratai underground operations. The hall was filled with clanking footsteps. In the middle of their rounds, their boss ordered them to extract information from one of the precious prisoners. All right, this is it. Prison cell number 113A. Open it, he commanded. Sure thing, the second thought replied. Sliding the key card into the slot, gradually, the sealed doors opened. Who are you? Darku replied. He hated when they came. Where was he going to go, anyways? Just like most Moldens, Darku was an overweight oblivion. His glasses concealed his blue eyes. He wore a dirty orange prison jacket that prominently displayed the label 1138. I am Farguard, he said. I've been asked to have a word with you regarding your encrypted files. Damn Moldens, he thought. They found me. Well, at least you're not as stupid as you look, Darku sarcastically replied. I hate dealing with obnoxious brats, Farguard thought. Nonsense, Darku, Farguard complied. But I was wondering if you're willing to work with me for a while. What do you want from me? Darku replied. He disliked working the Moldens. They manipulate him like a puppet and show no genuine concern for his well-being. He knew they had no problem disposing of them. I would like you to come with me. We need you to decrypt your files, Farguard insisted. A sarcastic expression fell over Darku's face. Opting to overlook it, he continued. We need to access their database so we can eradicate the evidence about our factory's whereabouts. If that information falls into the wrong hands, our enterprise is doomed. I'm completely stunned that the feds failed to fend off the Moldens, Darku thought. I don't negotiate with criminals like you. If you think I'm going to give you the information, you could just forget about it. I have a petty worm embedded within the database. It'll be executed if anyone is foolish enough to guess the security code. You and your little flunkies can go fuck off. One last chance, Darku, said Farguard. He lifted his gun towards Darku's head. Finding himself in a dangerous situation, Darku relented, nodding his demand. He added, Damn it, I wish I could buy my way out of this mess. The feds are pissed because I have ties to the Moldens. The Moldens are pissed because I locked up their valuable documents. It's like trying to untangle a shoelace with nibbling fingers. Very clumsy, indeed. Very well, Darku said. He recognized the life-threatening moment he was in. He wondered if there would ever be a time where he could escape the confines of his chains. Where explicitly are you taking me? Now listen, my orders are to bring you back to the terminal room, Fargar said, withdrawing the guns. We established a remote connection with your database. We just need your help to decrypt the files. In exchange, we'll free you from your chains. Darku didn't utter a word. He nodded, acknowledging Fargar's request. Fargar thought, that petrified fool will think twice before he defies me again. Oh, and one last thing. We are professionals, Darku. If you attempt to escape, you will be shot. If you assault one of my members, you will be shot. If you ever think about establishing contact with the UGF personnel, you will be shot. Do you understand? So, I don't have much of a choice, eh? Precisely, Darku. At least I won't be sitting in my cell all day long. I accept your offer, Darku replied, reviled that his time spent in the cell had ended. Wise choice, Darku. I'll escort you to the terminal room. If you say so, Darku said. With an air of calmness, Darku and the two thugs made their way out of the cell. To hinder any sudden moves, the guard kept his gun pointed at Darku's side as he walked down the hallway. Shit, Jake said in his thoughts. He was on the verge of extracting Darku from the cell. It was too late. Jake crawled the vents and stood on the floor of the cell. An alternative plan was now necessary. Engaging the guards was not going to be a simple undertaking. Alright, that's the end of the second chapter. Okay, let me offer you some of my commentary, my thoughts and analysis regarding the second chapter, The Break-In. The second chapter starts where Jake sneaks past the Molden Squadron unit and stealthily lands on Asteroid Belt. Because the subgenre is going to be a dark space opera, we do not want to aim for proper realism in my literature. One of the things I have to work really hard on is building a cohesive energy. For most inspiring writers, I imagine most folks might ask these questions. What asteroid are you referring to? Is there any significant details you could tell me about it? What is the message do you want me to tell me about this asteroid? Let me backtrack this presentation. Okay, the break-in. The second chapter starts where Jake sneaks past a Molden Squadron unit and stealthily lands on an asteroid. Because the subgenre is going to be a dark space opera, we do not want to aim for proper realism in my literature. One of the things I have to work really hard on is building a cohesive imagery. For most inspirational writers, I imagine most folks might ask these questions. What asteroids are you referring to? Is there any significant details you could tell me about it? What is the message you want me to tell about this asteroid? The key part you need to provide me is the details. Details are represented as a basic building block for creative writing. Imagery is used to force an indentation of a form of a person or thing. It's very important to be very specific to help readers, like you, generate an image on your head. Last, there needs to be some life form from within this asteroid. The only exception to this rule is that both prisoners and Molden terrorists now occupy this facility. Now, analyzing the first few paragraphs, we now learn that Jake landed in a crater. While it's true that I was specific towards his location, I highlighted vital details within the ship exterior, such as a few blast doors and an emergency exit towards the small cavern. Elements like these will be very important later on in the novella. My initial setup for the scene is for Jake to make his own preparations. inside the cargo before embarking on an operation. Some key details on the protagonist was include a monologue reflecting how different it was to work as a unit in the armed force versus working alone as a police military operative. If a real-life armed force were to transition towards everyday civilian life, I would imagine the transition would be very difficult to get accustomed to. Since he's still working under the feds, he had no issues taking a different possession. There is a sense of loneliness that can be felt within this paragraph. Within the next section, we get to see the Muldens unload the cargo of the storage unit. Then, an accident ensured in the background. This gives Jakes a glaring opportunity to slip past detection and make his way towards the prison facility. The cover art for my novella is one of the very first materials I assembled by hand. I have traveled around my suburban where I visit the loading dock, factories, distribution centers, drop-off zones. Out of all the images that I have found, this is the scene that had the impact out of all of them. To put together the cover book art, I created a documentation highlighting what the artwork would look like. A freelance artist would use these sources of material and would work out a prototype image of the cover art. After providing her feedback, she would revise most of the work and provide me the final version on the cover of art. Prior to receiving her work, I made the necessary change to add the title of the book and author's name. It was a very fun project I worked on, and I look forward towards creating more documentation designs moving forward. After providing her feedback, she revised most of the work and provided me the final version on the cover art. Prior to receiving her work, I have made the necessary changes to add the title of the book and author's name. My book art stood proud on Railroad.com. It was a very fun project I worked on, and I look forward towards creating more documentation designs moving forward. Apart from the simple infiltration towards a prison base, there is one trivia I want to add in this slide. One Easter egg I added was the prison number 1138. This number was a reference towards a short film called THX 1138. This would be George Lucas' last college film he worked on. For those unfamiliar with the film, it tells the story of a prisoner, THX 1138, who is trying to escape from the madness. A short-length film would be adapted by Warner Brothers. A major motion film would be titled THX 1138. When the film came out in March 11th, 1971, it was a complete flop. The idea here was to build a cheaply made film that had a smaller budget, but is expected to be quite appealing for the younger audience. Analyzing the presentation more closely, who would want to watch an Orwellian-inspired film when meanwhile you have bangers like Dirty Harry and The Clockwork Orange coming around the corner? One of the key characteristics towards these films in the 1970s is that they laid the important foundation towards creating the Motion Picture Association rating. In America, these ratings were designed to inform most viewers whether it was for children or adults. Honestly, to my surprise in the 2020s, I'm really shocked to see that a lot of people who basically neglect the idea of having the ESRB, the motion picture rating system, and sometimes it can actually tend to alienate the entire audience. I.e., you could actually buy yourself an M for mature rated game, but don't expect that game to actually contain all the blood and gore and it's all completely toned down. And apparently it feels degraded, more inferior than what the original project was before, as an example. I don't want to delve too much these days regarding defining the proper rating system, whether it's children or adults, but that's a completely different subject for another time. That said, following the abysmal failure, George Lucas would later on work on a comedy film called American Graffiti and Star Wars. And then for the next chapter 3, it's going to be The Breakout. I'm going to be on sound pause for the next few minutes as I need to get myself a little quick break, and I'll be right back. Very good. I really do appreciate your patience as I look for this. I'm going to transition back towards the base game. which I will do just a moment. Yep, there we go. Got what I was looking for. My life is complete, so onward to Silo. I will read the next chapter in just a moment. So, let us begin. I have to do this quick though. Just speak to some folks. Oh! That guy was not friendly. Yep, there we go. I need to switch my weapon. Time to get him hell. Meow. Meow. Very impressive to see them work on some motion capture. Make sure to get all the stuff after fact, and I will go right ahead and find the one. Oh, it's so slow. Nope. Yum 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 yum. Into that. Let me stop here. No. And then you two. Okay. Should have most of the objectives done. Come on. Nope. I can't hear footsteps. I know I could actually hear them in Original Perfect Dark. Yeah, that's so tricky. Okay, gotta do some stuff. Let's make this quick. Yeah, I should make my way to escape. I'm gonna need to bring my gun. my AK out. Because I know there's gonna be trouble. And it's so obnoxious, stealing so much guards. I can't even shoot through them, because it doesn't have penetration. Oh, that's so annoying. Get out of here. I don't remember if there was anybody here. No. Yoink. That's so annoying. It's like, I don't know. It's like really well camouflaged. I can't shoot shit there until the animation finishes up. Oh well, I just actually shoot you from above. Cool. Oh. I like to isolate it all. Yep, got a key card. That's not where the data is located. So you'll be fine. Oh, very hard and cruel. My New Year resolution, and I like to keep it very simple. I like to continue editing, hope to see myself move to a new humbling home, and well, it's really about what I like to do. A bunch of multiple factors I'll have to at least manage, and there's not much else I really want to discuss, nor I'm not really at liberty at times to discuss any sensible stuff, so best if I at least like not say much else at all. But I'll make sure to have a nice sweet one to holiday cheer by playing some older Nintendo 64 titles. I hope to get some more like recompile titles at some point in the pipeline. If most of the community could actually grow a bigger brain, figure out exactly how to get each of these Nintendo 64 games to at least like work on a PC, that'll be like bonkers. Yep, there's where the doors will automatically close. Guess I'm gonna close to Omnivore. Max ammo. Now there's other rounds. I'm afraid to say. Do not forget. So. I always check that out. Barrels won't save you. I'll make sure to pre-shoot if I must. Alright then, much better now. I'll just go for a jolly good old ride and watch you get it blown up to smithereens. That's a nice drink. Disregard the textures, that's just how it's gonna be. Okay, that's too rescued. Oh, no. Wow. That was so unfortunate. What's that? I might have screwed something up here, but that's okay. We're in good hands. Otherwise, if all else fails, so I might as well at least restart the game off from scratch. That was so annoying. Sorry, I need a moment to at least take a look at the facts. I don't want to use that gun. I used a tracking bug, so I know where this fighter is actually going to go. Pop. Oh, excuse me, dear sir. Okay, I am the CT, and I need to defuse the bombs. Defusing. Oh, one pre-shoot, one swing. Makes sense 101 logic. Do not forget to go here. Hopefully they'll make their escape. Clear them out. Clear them out now. Alright, time to go to the bridge and... Okie doke. Oh, the doors are gonna actually scare me when I'm doing this. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Well, at least I might as well sweep and clear, but I'm gonna wait for that confirmation. Oh, this is hurting my eyes when I stare at this green screen. Yeah, I just might as well restart the base game itself if this doesn't work. That's so completely unfortunate. Okay, can I clear all these buggers? So it's gonna be really annoying. Okay, one's dead. Here they are. Oh. Scram. The tracking device. Get out of here. Yum, 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 yum. Easy said, done. I shall be the CT again. Use that. Yum. Yum, 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 yum. Get out of here. Don't care. If done correctly, I should be able to get the rest of the folks out of here, and they'll be safe in no time. Alright, super clear. Let's go, let's go. Okay, they won't bother with us no more. I'm gonna have to wait for the game to at least I say, okay, all hostages rescued. So I might as well, like, wait for a bit, and I'll try to cook up some other interesting discussions if I could think of something. So, if you're watching this stream as of right now, let me ask you something. What is your New Year resolution? What is it that you like to do today? That's a key question I'd like to ask. Let me know in the comments, and don't be shy. I'll bite. Oh, gotta wait for that trigger. Now, you can move to victory. Alright, time to party up. Get myself a drink, and we should be good. Alright, time to give them hell. Hello. Thanks for the club. Useless gun in a video game. Glorious. Does this every bloody time? I just realized I need to destroy some security cameras, go up to that guard, and then you shall be granted. Please take on the objective. I can't see it, but I gotta get close. I'll be able to render it in my screen. That's LOD in the nutshell in video games, generally. Destroys a few cameras here and there, and then by the time I'm actually done with this level, I'm gonna get out of here. Meow. By the time I actually count to 2026, I'm going to basically fully realize that we are about to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Nintendo 64, which is what I cannot wait to celebrate. Personally myself, and the best way I like to celebrate this would be the Steam machine. Honestly, all these years, I've grown really tired these days, at least, well, I'm grown really tired of actually using Microsoft Windows operating system, and spoiler alert, most of the products they have made thus far since they brought Windows 11 in is just absolute garbage. It's so bad, I just don't even want to use it for work no more. And I kind of wish we all switched to Linux. And it just blows my mind as, like, an IT level field. Not every people in the user level is going to be familiar with, like, Windows. Myself included. And if I were to get, like, more support requests these days, to have them assist, say, hey, I need your help, at least trying to, say, access Microsoft Word. I need access towards locating each of the key specific files, and then so forth. I'm sensitive that if I were to work like an IT help desk department, I'm likely to get those requests every single day. And that's quite the cherry on top. Good luck at least convincing a corporate company, say Amazon or whatever, to switch to Linux, 100%. That's never gonna happen in this scenario like this. Anyways, that's a real short. Have I missed something while I was away? Yes? No? I wonder. Well, I guess not. Right. Well, not to worry, though. Let's break out. Alright, let's get out of this place. Get out of here. I'm gonna bring my trusty Goldeneye to justice with me. Nope. You. Very nice. Oh, where did you come from? Oh, he shot the hat. Dead. Boop. Oh my god, again. You too? Yoink! I hope I have my keys to at least get out of here. Thank you. Oh no. You choose a bad time. Did. Alright, now I got myself key. Oh no, I don't actually. Nope, never mind. I'm gonna need to get my firearm out if I don't have a way to at least destroy. Yeah, it's very trigger sensitive. Thank you so much. Yep, I gotta get my gun out. I had no choice. Start the camera now. Oh wait, this must be the guy I need to get. Yep, dead. Destroyed. Nope, don't need that. It's so funny when people at least play this game. Well, if you don't have a silencer, every single guard is going to be alerted right away. But not as soon as you would think. Case in point, if you continue at least like hold like full automatic fire of say the AK, I'm pretty sure the guards will actually swarm right into your position right now. Boy, this scared me. I just realized it's decommissioned. Here's the videotape. That was already decommissioned just moments ago. Only shot your hand. I have to wait for the most slowest and painful death animations in the game. Yank. Alright, time to give him hell. That's one of the bastards. Let me switch them out. It's cleared. Do Bretta's. Oh, you're trying to jump from me like that? I'm gonna have to destroy another camera here. Maybe. Alright, me mateys, let's kill this guy. That one. And we're done! Ugh. Only thing I have to do is rescue Natalia, and then deed's done now. Hello, let's get you out of here. Lovely. And I'm out of here. Oh, statue. Let's see if we can at least barrel through this statue once and for all. Last one, and we should be moving along. This one's, I don't know, it feels a little consistent at times. And it takes a while for me to at least have something occur. Events such as being able to see Alex Trevelyan. So I'm gonna have to be a little wee wanda patient for this, but first, I need to pay a visit towards Vladimir. KGB spy. Hello there. Let's have a drink, shall we? Much left. Go right ahead. Exit stage left. And I shall move forward. Armor would be nice. Oh, you're going the right way. Here's the Lenin statue. Quite a sight for sore eyes. Nope. There we go. Stay put, have a little chat, blah 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 blah, and then I will dismiss you. One of the interesting things I do want to at least mention is there's plenty of nice little nod that can actually be found from Rare's Goldeneye to little summon. You could actually found based on these dialogues I have written. So chances are, if you actually come across a dialogue that would look a little familiar from the base game itself, you know where it might actually came from now. Next time you read my book, if the full retail of the book were to come out within the next few years. Honestly though, one of the things I kind of wish I would have done is I kind of wish I would at least publish the novel just in time for the 250th birthday of the United States of America. But I felt like that's not really going to happen this day. And I need some more time, at least like edit and polish. There's so much stuff I'd like to be able to improve. I just hope I'll be able to like barrel through these goals. And who knows, maybe I might barrel for my goals towards reaching 20k in Counter-Strike 2. But that's quite a lofty dream the more I talk about it, because I have to be like the best of the best. And I need to make sure I understood each of the core fundamentals of how to play the game. If I do not do that, then of course, I'm not going to be able to belong to that rank whatsoever. It would be nice if I got some pretty good consistent teams who knows what's up. Alright, I'm going to take my exit, and I'll come quiet for this. And the deed is done. Once again, Bond is captured. Unfortunately for you. Well, damage was done, and I'm going to pause for just a few moments. We'll move forward towards the next mission a bit shortly. Okay, recap. Now, the next chapter I'm about to read is going to be the Breakout. There will be a silent little pause that will actually occur here, and I'll make sure to resume towards reading with you very shortly. Okay, now I have returned. Let's go ahead and read Chapter 3, The Breakout. In the command posts, the Moldens were occupied at their terminals. At the circular room lie an expensive piece of equipment called Rubitok, a powerful supercomputer previously used by the United Galactic Frontier military. As the bits and bytes were processed, a beating heart pulsated through the operation. Like a nervous system controlling the body, the supercomputer reaches all parts of the prison. The command center was a tool to give orders throughout the perimeter. Thinking logically is vital for perimeter defense among the sector, keeping naysayers out of reach. Naturally, the system analyzed all supplies in the cargo bay and monitored all hangar activity. The Rubertalk was proving to exercise its full utility as a viable commodity for the frontier military. Sadly, it fell to the wrong hands of the criminal underworld. The sound of the supercomputer grinding was quite welcoming. Rubertalk also provided security surveillance. The detection of intruders was like child's play. The Rubertalk knows. Sir, we restored the mainframe to our network infrastructure. It's back online, said a freckle-faced technician. I need to establish a connection between Darku's database. Afterwards, you can force Darku to enter the access code. Please sit tight. I'll make the final preparations. Very well, Nicholson said, using his deep, charismatic voice. He wore a worn-out leather jacket. It represented leadership to him. Just make sure Darku remains in a secure place. On it. Establishing the connection shouldn't take too long, the technician assured. You're dismissed, Nicholson said. Sir, I'm receiving a strange report from the transport facility, a comm technician said. What kind of strange activity? A vehicle exploded in the drop-off zone. The report says the vehicle was leaking fuel. Before they could figure out what caused the leak, the vehicle went up in flames and erupted into tiny fragments. Do you think it's possible that we have an intruder? Was this explosion an accident or a threat? Nicholson thought, with his hands clenched. No, this must be a warning. All these problems tell me we have a bigger problem than any of us could have imagined. If that civilian does show his face, I'll apprehend the bastard. It's strange, Nicholson said. I find it hard to believe that the United Galactic Frontier would be foolish enough to be behind these incidents. While I cannot confirm if this was an accident, I'll monitor the entire facility. We'll let you know if we got trouble, the comm technician replied. Do keep searching. I hope we don't have to deal with anyone from the Cimidolian, Nicholson said in a hatred tone. If we do have an intruder on our hands, I look forward to strapping the bounty hunter up in chains. Are you familiar with the Cimidolian? The comm technician asked. Then he thought, now, I wonder why he thinks the Cimidolian infiltrate our base. He has no significant evidence to back up his claim. Of course, I'm familiar with the police military branch, he replied. They're part of the UGF. Don't let that deceive you. They are ruthless. They hunt down criminals lurking anywhere in the galaxy. They tend to be quite secretive during their operations. And deadly. If we capture a bounty hunter, I look forward to carving that predator. Nicholson briefly paused. Fixated on the camera feed, he patiently waited for any sign of movement that deviated from the norm. The only thing he saw on the screen were pixels, forming a wave that crashed down to the bottom. There was no strange activity reported. All is well. Carry on, Nicholson said. He concluded the discussion. Returned to the workstation, the comm technician diligently oversaw the communication feed, ensuring it was on a secure channel. While gazing at the screen, he suddenly detected an unfamiliar body image. The image did not skirt the look of a prisoner. The orange jumpsuits were torn from years of use. As a regular practice, they underwent a weekly deeping clean. The grainy pixels outlined Artesian armor with a suppressor sidearm. He was covered in dirt, was glued to the wall near an open door. For his uniform to be that dirty, he probably went deep into the ventilation system. Nicholson was surprised he made it out there unscratched. A rookie was now treading towards a perilous trap. Hey, boss! I spotted someone coming out of prison cell 1138, a technician said. Isn't that a Cymodilian you were referring to? For the looks of it, Nicholson said. He leaned in, expecting to see screen closely. The image that he saw with his own eyes was familiar to him. Yes, it's quite fascinating to witness such an intriguing sight. Should we inform our comrades? The technician replied. This must be the Cymodilian who's been mucking around, he added. He must be a newcomer to this branch. I'll show no haste towards his end just yet. I'd like to put the Cymodilian up for a good show, see what he's made of. I might want to record the camera footage while we're here. I don't think we should engage him just yet. He's just a rookie. I want to see what he's capable of. Release all the prisoners from their cells. This will be a great time to give a warm welcome to the vigilante. I look forward to watching him get tossed around by the crowd. On it, sir. It will take a few minutes to open all the cells. Sit tight, a technician replied. He went to work accessing the prisoner facility control panel. Upon entering the console, the screen immediately presented a comprehensive overview of each cell. Green indicated that the doors was closed, whereas red signified that the doors was open. There are flashes on the screen for door 1138. He smiled as he cut the locks loose. Navigating to the All Doors menu, a message flashed on the screen, warning him that he was about to open all the cell doors. He disregards the warning message, and with a single click, he clicked the Yes button. In just a matter of moments, every cell door would suddenly swing open. The Woldens prepared to warmly welcome the rookie into their midst as the prisoner unleashed into an all-out brawl. Lawrence, this is Jacob Wolski, he said to his comm. The Moldens extracted Durku from his cell. They're taking him to the terminal room. I need to get there before Durku gives him the password to his database. What's the fastest route? Jake, listen up. Lawrence tried to offer Jake a heads up, but all he heard was dying static noise. Worried that he had lost contact, Jake felt compelled to make another effort to reconnect. Lawrence, do you read me? I'm having trouble with my comm, he said. The static noise intensified. Then the comm gave up. Lawrence? Lawrence! The communication was dead silent. Jam. His signal was intercepted by the Moldens, who then tampered his frequency. Unable to re-establish communication, he devised an alternative plan. Damn! Exclaimed Jake in frustration. Isolated, Jake would need to find his way for the facility on his own. His mission still stood. Find Darku and get him out of here. Having experienced worst-case scenarios before, he summoned his own intelligence and resourcefulness, enabling him to adapt and overcome any obstacles that stood in his path. Jake walked out of the prison cell, stood in the main hallway of the prison facility, and planned his next move. His best chance at success was to follow the path used by the guards escorting Darku. The blast doors denied his exit. Jake attempted to open it by punching the door on his right-hand side of the door. Despite his effort, the door stayed locked. Okay, I'll try a different door. After taking a short walk, he discovered an alternative exit. The second door also refused to budge. Damn, is there any way to get these doors open? He turned towards the second floor, spotting a small, deserted control room. If he could climb his way up, he could access the control panel, unlocking the sealed doors. Turning towards the stairs, he moved forward. Before climbing, Jake heard a loud noise echoing through the hallway. Lights flashed on the ceiling. The cell doors slid open. Suddenly, the prisoners emerged from their cell and made their way to the hallway, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a school recess. There were 24 cells encircling the room. Free from their cells, they were driven like cattle towards the newcomer. Their expressions were not pleasing. Jake could tell they despised all Cymodilian. From an intense instinct, they aggressively drove themselves towards the goal of killing the intruder, using nothing but their bare hands. They fantasized about inflicting enough pain, coughing up blood from his lungs. The unwelcoming atmosphere was sure to provide a disheartening experience. This was the least pleasant moment of the entire operation. Jake would have to deal with the criminals alone. Well, 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 a prisoner grinned. Now look what we have here. So, you must be part of the Cymodilian, another prisoner said. Brilliant, Jake. Just brilliant, he thought. I'll have to stand my ground against these fools. At least you're not off the mark, Jake said. He was fully aware that the situation was about to take a turn for the worse. Their plan was to stay until he perished, showing no intentions of leaving. No shit. I heard plenty of news about you, a prisoner said. Here you are. You're having a jolly good time causing mayhem. You're out in the galaxy looking for bounties to hunt, take people's names, no sorries for what you do. Hey, that's the guy who captured Roman Ellis from Tenelov. I read about it last week, another prisoner added. Recalling a newspaper article about the incident, one of his colleagues had lent him the paper. I say we shove this asshole all the way back to where he came from. Yeah, I'm up for that. Guys, we can't fuck with him just yet, he said as he interrupted the prisoner's conversation. I think I know what we should do with him. Jake pulled his sidearm and pointed the barrel at the prisoner's head. Oh yeah? Are you willing to speak with me while I point a gun at your face? Jake said in an intimidating tone. He knew he could force the prisoners to yield their positions. Whoa. You can't go around pointing a gun at a person's face, the prisoner said. He tried to defuse the escalation. I'll shoot anyone who comes near me, Jake assured the crowd. You do know that it would be crazy to shoot one of your brothers, right? A prisoner said. Maybe an extraction can be worked out, another prisoner pleaded. Make an offer, Jake said. This is not a stupid game, so make it a serious one. We need to have a private discussion first, okay? A prisoner said as he continued to calm the situation. Games, you say? I'm tired of playing the same old game of being locked up. Now it's my turn to pick a new game. Jake stood his ground. He nodded his head with approval, but refused to lower the gun. Turning their backs, a few prisoners stepped away to isolate themselves for a confidential discussion. Hey, Gonzalez, can you win a fight against this guy? A prisoner whispered. I would be much obliged to take your offer, Gonzalez said quietly. I look forward to cracking his skull, seeing him whimper, begging for me to stop. If you think you have what it takes, be my guest, the leader said. Don't worry about me, Gonzalez reassured. When I'm done here, we'll claim our ticket back home. All right? The prisoner nodded in agreement. Turning around to face Jake, the leader stated, Listen, I know you're a Cymodilian, and you fucked over us real bad. However, I'm going to make an offer. If you refuse, we will kill you. Damn, they want to play games? Stupid damn games, Jake thought. He wasn't too pleased. He listened. Fools. Go on. I'm listening, he spoke. My friend, Gazzello, wishes to challenge you to a fight. If he wins, you stay inside a cell forever. Jake interrupted. If I win, you idiots go back to your cells where you will have plenty of time to sit there and think about the huge mistake you just made. Fair enough. We accept the conditions, the prisoners replied. Now put down your weapon before someone gets hurt. Initially, Jake felt a strong temptation to engage in shooting. However, he realized he was significantly outnumbered. Maintaining a firm grip on the sidearm, he confidentially pushed the button to release the magazine catch. After it slid out of the frame, he placed it away for safekeeping. Then, Jake racked the slider back and checked it around inside the barrel. As if it were popping out like a popcorn, he caught the round. Jake nodded in agreement, confirming that the round no longer served a purpose. He wasn't backing down. At least he's cooperative. I'll give him credit for that, our prisoner said. Remember, no gadgets, no blades, none of those fancy faint napalm tricks, Gonzalez said. The prisoners gathered to form a small circle, constructing a makeshift arena that allowed them to witness the action close up. They jockeyed with each other to secure the ideal viewing spot. The inmate's house on the second floor formed a line along the railing. "All right, let's go," Jake said. Entering the ring, he thought, "I doubt this fight is going to go down clean. These prisoners are genius at creating improvised tools. It wouldn't surprise me if a newly created tool snuck its way in the fray. Best to stay alert." Jake walked down towards his challenger. He clenched his fists, waiting for Gonzalo to make his first move. His opponent raised his fists high in the air, striking Jake's head with the force he could muster up. Jake countered with a polite parry. Frustrated, Gonzalo threw another punch toward Jake's face. Anticipating the forceful impact, he instinctively tensed up. He's sure he'll end up with a visible bruise on his cheek from this hit. Stepping back, he distanced himself from the attacker. Jake caught Gonzalo's next blow mid-air, avoiding another forceful punch. He retaliated with a solid blow to Gonzalo's stomach. Gonzalo fell to his knees, overcome by pain. In a bizarre turn of events, Jake pushed his kneecap towards Gonzalo, striking him in the jaw. Thudding, Gonzalo fell the rest of the way to the ground. Reacting, the crowd chanted, "Get up! Get up!" "Oh, you motherfucker," Gonzalo said as he rolled in pain. His mouth and nose were bleeding. His shirt was covered in blood. To dodge Jake's next lethal punch, he rolled to his left and sprang up to launch a counterattack. With a clenched fist, his knuckles released their fury on Jake's ribcage, forcing him to back off. The fight raged on. Jake maintained his momentum, launching blow after blow while defending himself against the return hits. Rather than be motivated by the urge to kill, Jake dedicated himself to analyze his opponent's fight pattern. His stance and his hand movements resembled a mesmerizing dance, effortlessly gliding through the air, unrhythmically. Playing head games with Gonzalo might disrupt his repertoire just enough to execute a surprise move. Correct timing would be crucial. Uncontrollably, a small flashback struck his consciousness. The high school fight occurred in a long hallway. Another stupid fight over nothing. With a final blow, Jake emerged as a victor. Falling to the ground, blood gushed from his rival's nose. Jake froze upon hearing a teacher screaming for them to stop. His flashback vanished as Gonzalo landed another significant blow to his stomach. Jake latched onto Gonzalo's next punch, twisting his right hand, noticing an opportunity to bring another further agony. He lifted his right kneecap, striking Gonzalo groin. He followed up with a forceful punch targeting his spine. The sound of Gonzalo screaming filled the air as he crashed down onto the cold, unyielding surface of the concrete floor. With a strong desire to end the fight, Jake threw what he thought would be the final lethal punch. However, with a quick roll to the left, Gonzalo evaded Jake's attack, swiftly stepping in to block it. Using all the strength he could muster up, he raised himself up and forcefully propelled Jake onto the ground. Some of the prisoners, who were scattered amidst the crowd, were filled with worry. Concerns about the possibility of losing was growing. Their chance of escaping decreased with each punch until it became almost non-existent. To resort their lost hope, they knew they need to devise a new, devious plan. "Okay, so here's the plan," the prisoner muttered. Averting away from the tense fighting scene, he defiantly extracted a makeshift pocket knife from his hidden stash. "If Gonzalo loses the fight, I'll finish the symbol off by stabbing him." "Are you crazy?" another prisoner protested. "He's going to kill you if he sees you with a weapon. The Moldens already gave us a chance to escape from this atrocious hole," he insisted. "We won't get another chance. I can assure you of that. We need to kill this filthy loudmouth, or else we'll be strapped into chains forever." Reverting to the fighting scene, The prisoner saw Gonzalo kick Jake in the stomach with his right foot. Jake's forearm were crushed as he braced himself for the blow. Jake kicked Gonzalo, then got up. Afterwards, he backed away and patiently waited for Gonzalo to get up. Gonzalo was clearly in bad shape. His face was covered with blood. Hatred infused him. If he wanted to knock Jake out, he had to use every ounce of his strength. He was on the verge of giving in, and as he did, his consciousness drifted into fogginess. This would be his last chance to end the fight. The only way for him to win would be to go for the knockout. Fueled by his anger, Gonzalo made the final desperate move. He threw his fist towards Jake's head. In response, Jake's eyes emitted a radiant glow, resembling the outline of a cat. He ducked to counter his attacker's move, then finished him off with a right elbow to the spine. Gonzalo felt immense pain radiating from within, and with the snap of his spine, he lost the ability to stand. And like a falling feather, he drifted towards the ground. Out of the corner of his eyes, Jake caught sight of a prisoner wielding a pocket knife in his right hand. He was coming towards him with a great speed. He spun around, caught the prisoner's hand, and snapped his arm. Startled, the new attacker let out a piercing scream before losing his grip on the pocket knife, causing it to drop to the ground. The crowd was maddened by the outcome. A brutal ball was cast upon Jake. Another prisoner joined the fight. Jake countered the fighter's attack by swiftly blocking his arm mid-air, incapacitating him with a powerful knee strike to the rib cage. Jake finished him off with a smack to the head. Then, another prisoner grabbed Jake's shoulder. The silent tried to punch Jake in the head, but Jake defended himself viciously by retaliating with an elbow jab towards the neck, strategically aiming for his aorta. The excruciating pain completely overwhelmed and disabled the prisoner, affecting his entire nervous system, and he passed out. The prisoners had two hands to play: admit defeat or retaliate. Choosing the latter, the prisoners thought they would win the prize with a severe blow towards the vigilante. Little did they know, the prisoners were playing a very bad hand. The only prize each of them was received was pain. Given Jake's skill level, it was not feasible for the prisoner to persist in an offense stance. Rigorous training in martial arts allowed him to handle multiple criminals simultaneously. He dealt with each of the prisoners as if they were charging bulls. As the fight pursued, a stray prisoner desperately fought to grasp the sole-wielding weapon. He crawled closer to the knife at a snail pace. No matter how hard they tried to control the situation, Jake continued to deliver the justice they deserved with a smite of his fist. Methodically, he incapacitated all prisoners except one, and as the final prisoner grasped onto the knife, a fleeting sense of happiness washed over him, only to be swiftly replaced by fear. Moving within the proximity of his target, the prisoner, who was clearly desperate, swung his weapon aggressively, with the intention of slashing Jake across the stomach. Unfortunately, Jake's anticipation of the move stopped him cold. Twisting his attacker's arm, the knife slipped and landed onto the cold, hard ground. The clinking sound resembled the sound of the bell ringing at the end of the fighting round. The prisoners felt the forceful impact of the kneecap pounding his head, rendering him unconscious. Without exception, all the first floor prisoners humbly embraced their defeat. The remains of the battle lay scattered about. Each fallen enemy was either unconscious or moaning in pain. Remaining down was the wisest choice for each of them. Having just witnessed the defeat of their friends, the second floor prisoners felt immediate consequences. Angers arose, and the crowd's eyes sought revenge. In a frenzy, they collectively rushed down to the first floor. Jake snapped his knuckles. He was ready. He retrieved the pocket knife from the ground, concealing it in his chest carrier. He ran towards the staircase. Let me speak. Halfway up, he met two enraged prisoners. The first one attempted to punch Jake. Jake denied the attack by dodging to the left. He retaliated by jabbing the prisoner's chest plate, causing him to stumble down the stairs. With a quick turn, Jake intercepted the second attacker by delivering a powerful blow to his neck. He too tumbled downstairs. Jake revived on the second floor as four prisoners moved to block his path. One by one, he disabled one prisoner after another until the second floor was cleansed of all threats except one. Jake and the last prisoners locked eyes. The prisoner's eyes raced, looking for an escape route. Jake shook his head as he pushed him over the steel railing. Crashing heavily into the unyieldly concrete floor, the prisoner's eyes closed. His search for an escape has ended as quickly as it began. The prisoners had paid the ultimate price, and Jake stood victorious. Without fanfare, Jake entered the deserted, unmanned controlled room. Crumbled, dirty paperwork was scattered on the large center table. A half-empty coffee cup sat coldly on the coaster. Jake glanced over the documents. Insignificant, totally irrelevant to his mission. Control panel's screen flashed that both exit doors were locked. Upon exploring his options, Jake observed that one door led to a hallway, while the other door led to the cafeteria. His instincts kicked in abruptly, with a growing sense of apprehension. He was aware of an intruder lurking silently behind him. As his adrenaline built up, he loaded his sidearm, while simultaneously turning around. A lizard-like prisoner, clearly a Bosnovono, stood up with his hands up. "Whoa, take it easy, cowboy. Don't shoot me," the prisoner said anxiously. He was not pleased with the barrel pointed at his face. "Where's Darku? Where are they taking him?" Jake demanded as he forcibly pushed the prisoner against the wall. "Ack! They're taking Darku to the terminal room on the second floor," the prisoner answered. He struggled to breathe. "The entire facility is in lockdown. The elevators are disabled. There's no chance that you're going to find Darku and get out of there easily. I can help if you take me with you." "Do you have any ideas who will release all the prisoners?" Jake asked. "Your guess is as good as mine, Simo," the prisoner grinned. "If you're such an expert, tell me how I get off this floor." "I know how you can get out. The basement is a mining facility. You can use it as a detour. During lunch, I overheard two of Roman followers developing an escape plan for the mining passage. I can take you there. I just want to get out of here. It's a fair exchange." Against all reasons, Jake trusted the prisoner. Then he thought, so Roman must be making his grandiose escape. That slughead is going to get a beating when I see his face. He stepped back. Let him go. Surprise! The prisoner stumbled. He caught his breath. "I can show you how to get to the mining facility on G2 floor," the prisoner said. "It's confusing. You must make your way from the cafeteria to the kitchen, past the cellar, and navigate the tunnels. I think we are done here. You served your purpose. Now scram," Jake said in a powerful and frightful voice. Reflecting on the intense fighting scene, the prisoner silently vowed that he would never make the mistake of underestimating a skilled bounty hunter again. He scrambled out as directed. The only way out is through the kitchen. Let's hope he's right, Jake thought. He returned to the controller, pressing the open button for the cafeteria door. The alarm buzzed as it opened little by little. Jake left the control room and headed towards the door. Swiftly descending the stairs, he returned to the lower floor. Walking past Gazzello, Jake smiled to himself. Leaving these idiots behind brought him a great sense of relief. "Hey, that wasn't a fair fight," Gazzello croaked. His voice was weakened. "You asked for it, you deserve it," Jake said. He walked towards the open door without making eye contact. "This isn't over yet," Gazzello groaned. "When I find you, I wouldn't do that if I were you," Jake interrupted Gazzello. One false move, I'll crush your pretty little brain in less than a second. Despite Gazelle persistent groaning, Jake calmly walked away from the scene. Jake was not free of danger. The Moldens were lurking from within. The moment his position was compromised, he would become the hunted. With the aim of removing Jake from the equation, the Moldens would surely discharge copious amount of lead. The prisoners, who had been kept in a cage, were set free. However, the operation they had embarked on turned out to be quite daunting. There was no denial that the prisoners would launch a retaliation. After losing their initial opportunity to escape from the law enforcement, they were now presented with a second chance to flee and avoid imprisonment. Discovering the person pattern was like reading a book. A good reader can anticipate the main character's next move. There was no need for Jake to inquire about the next step. He could make a pretty good guess about what his enemies planned to do. His guesses helped him take the necessary precautions to avoid the threats that lay ahead. Things had changed within the Dabbarow prison. He and the criminals were playing mind games at this point. It was impossible for anyone to remain hidden from the prying eyes for an extended period. Reflecting on the fighting incident, it became clear that the event was intended to provide him with the warmest welcome. The prisoners were freed. He quickly deduced that the Moldens had plotted the major scheme against Jake, and he would not be placed in the cafeteria menu. His mind raced. What traps lurked around the next corner? A booby trap? An ambush? Jake had a feeling that the operation was about to go bad. I need a drink for just one moment. Oh, that's such a long piece and very powerful stuff I actually written back there. Much better. Okay, where was I? Making their way down the dark hallway, Darku and two Moldens arrive at the terminal mainframe room. Inside, a hacker sitting at the terminal was trying his best to infiltrate Darku's database. The lockdown procedures had been activated. As Darku could tell, the entrance to the room was guarded by 4 large Moldens. After a brief conversation, permission was granted for the escort to enter. The hacker became annoyed by the commotion, and the minor setbacks would require extra time he did not have. Here's the issue I'm referring to, Fargar said. As of now, I still needed more time to establish a connection to your database. In the meantime, we'll recuperate. There are a few things I want to take care of before we get started. Don't get too carried away. My comrades will take good care of you. The hacker walked back to his workstation and resumed work. Both Darku and the two Moldens made their way to an area where the refreshments were kept, right across from the hall. In the next room, there were several tables scattered around where people could sit. 2 tables ran along the wall at the northwest corner of the room. Another table was found near the northeast side. To the right of the entrance were 2 fully loaded vending machines. One had various types of beverages. The other offered hot food. On the left, Darku smelled freshly brewed coffee. In the middle of the table, a coffee pot presented a freshly brewed pot. After not having a fresh cup of coffee in a long time, he was delighted by the warmth. The room, with its eerie and dimly lit, seemed to grow weary as time went on. The tile was old, cracked, stained, but clean. Besides the cracks, the walls were also marred by several unsightly stained spots, most likely caused by water leaks. One Molden guarded the door, while the other poured coffee into old cups. Do you want coffee? A Molden asked as he searched for a spoon to stir in some sugar. Darku said nothing. Look, I'm sure this has been a rough day for you. Do you want coffee or not? He asked again, raising his voice. Not knowing if he would ever enjoy another cup of coffee again, he relented and said, Sure, no sugar for me. Like I said, I know you still have a very rough day ahead of you, the Molden said. He poured the coffee from the glass pot into 2 separate coffee cups. After filling each of the cups, he returned the glass pot to the heating plate. He stirred in his sugar before taking up hold of the cup's handle. He then walked over to Darku's table, carefully balancing him as he went. This will give you a little pick-me-up. We both have some serious shit we need to work on today. Sit back and enjoy the coffee. Darku looked at the coffee. Substantially, he realized something unusual was taking place within the facility. He thought long and hard about why the Moldens had called for a lockdown. Wonder what was currently happening. Darku realized that the Moldens were afraid of losing control. But what exactly are they afraid of losing? And who was a threat? He took a sip of his coffee, regaining his control of his wits, leaned back, and waited for what would come next. He put the cup down. I could be mistaken. Did your comm say that a lockdown was initiated? Any idea what's going on? It's none of your concern, Darku. Nicholson initiated it as a precaution. Smiling, Darku took another sip. It was evident to him that the response were far-fetched and ridiculous, leaving no doubt that he was lying. The coffee kicked in, and his mind was alert. His mind raced as he explored their motives for restricting access. For one, did someone get past the security checkpoint? Were thousands of prisoners escaping? How did they open their cells? Was the prisons currently under attack? If so, by who? It was clear to Darku that obtaining a definitive answer was an impossible feat. He kicked back, relaxed, and sipped his coffee peacefully. From this junction forward, he understood that his actions would be dictated solely by Molden's commanders. What remains to be seen was the commands themselves. Another drink. Sorry, I just need to pause for a moment. That's a lot of reading I did behind the scenes. Right. Where was I? 50 prisoners had gathered in a cafeteria to plan their next move. Weapons were their priority from the start. The key lingering question everyone was talking about was their escape plan. Some thought they should escape by boarding a cargo ship. The flaw to the idea was that the Moldens control the surrounding sector. However, if, hyper-theoretically, the command center was neutralized, it will not only result in the prison's overflow, but would also take down the space sector. The flight operations, as well as the cargo operations, would quickly be cast into complete chaos. It was like grabbing a piece of dirt, tossing it into their eyes. With their deep space operation totally blinded, they could hop on a ship and blend into the stars. Meanwhile, Jake was committed to the plan he reviewed with Lawrence. His plan was simplistic. Find Darku and get him out of here. Through a poorly lit passage, Jake entered a large, gloomy cavern. With the flower aglow, the catwalk became an unrivaled path to traverse. However, in order the guidance he needed to navigate across the cavern. Scattered along the path, Jake ran past several large containers, attempting to bar his way. Ultimately, the catwalk dropped him off at the cafeteria entrance. The mumbling of the prisoners talking echoed past the door. Taking on the undercover mission had turned into the riskier propulsion. Being pursued by the Moldens, increasingly violent prisoners only increased the overall complexity. With only a sidearm, Jake bypassed the cafeteria for now. The kitchen entrance was the next logical choice. To his surprise, the kitchen counters were lined up with weapons and supplies. Jake procured an AR-56 carbine rifle and a few magazines, including grenade rounds for his trip. His stolen rifle was loaded. Safety was off. Jake was ready to make his way down to the next hallway. Aware of the danger beyond the next door, he punched the touchpad. The door slowly opened, revealing a new area of the prison. His eyes glowed, sensing that there would soon be trouble. Then, a Molden hollered out to both the prisoners and his mates. He said that they had spotted an intruder. The element of surprise was lost. With no option, Jake fiercely attacked a Molden with a shot to the torso. He abruptly bled out. The round started the ambient noise, sparking a firefight. To his right, there was an unlocked cell. He acted rigorously, fleeing the heavy fire, cursing the criminals as he went. His racing heart told him he was lucky to get this far. The KF rounds ricocheted along the door. His morale carved from the suppression. He had killed 5 hostiles, but an armed prisoner was charging in on his position. Seeing no other option, his only move was to take on the fight. He set his rifle to semi-automatic, tamed his rifle, and engaged a hostile standing next to the ramp on the left side of the cell. The prisoner was knocked out. He took a bullet to the head. Noting his surroundings, Jake realized that the next enemy he had to neutralize had sought refuge inside the cell, situated just opposite of him. He aimed his gun. The bullet strangled the prisoner's neck out. Unable to regain his breath, he fell to the floor and bled out. As he rolled towards the hard cover, he caught sight of another Molden. He lay prone as bullet gushed towards him. Missed. A pause in the shooting inspired Jake to counterattack by leaning to his right. The first shot hit a Molden in the arm, while the next 2 struck a pair of soldiers on their shoulders. Along the right side of the wall, the Moldeds who had been attacking Jake was shielding by the bricks. Jake took aim and waited patiently for the slightest movement. 5 seconds later, he fired 2 rounds into the Molden's torso. In shock, the man trembled, screamed. With the current threat silence, a cautious approach seemed appropriate. Jake vetted the cellar doors around him, ensuring that there was no immediate risk or hindrance. He checked his magazine. Half full. Each bullet was valuable and had to be used sparingly. Pleased that he was sufficiently armed, he stood up and jogged down the dark path. He slowed down upon witnessing a Molden standing post at the right side of the closed door. Jake gripped the single-edged blade, lining it by bending his wrist back towards his forearm. This move allowed the knife to turn over in the air more rapidly, which was necessary because there was little distance between him and his target. Upon release, the blade hit the heart. Unable to retaliate, the thug collapsed to the floor. On the right side of the second floor, a Molden man a 50 cal MG. He turned and unleashed a pepper spray MG round towards Jake. Jake dashed towards the left staircase as the MG angrily spat. A gust of clouds and blurriness caused Jake to scream, polluting his thoughts. He struggled up the stairs. As his morale slowly deteriorated, another Molden seized the chance to launch a surprise attack. He darted towards him with a knife. Jake's eyes glowed golden, with his rental vision clearing the blurriness away like a lighter clearing out fog. Jake's senses reacted to the danger. Using his armed forearm, he blocked the yielding weapon from inflicting damage. To slay the ambusher, he raised his knees, knocking him hard in the chest. Using his drawn weapon, Jake delivered the final fatal blow that caused his target lungs to collapse. The man stumbled back against the wall and fell to his knee. Out of the corner of his left eye, Jake spotted another Molden ready to take aim. Jake drew his rifle, spending the last of his magazine. Upon feeling the sharp object penetrate his right shoulder, the man leaned over the railing and fell onto the stairs landing. "Lights out, asshole!" he sarcastically shouted while looking down. He clamped his combat boots. The fallen ambusher was put down. Marching with his bloody boots, Jake reloaded as he climbed the stairs. The gunners standing at the MG post had recovered, prepared to release another round of terror. Jake paused, checking his pouch to locate a useful tool. Reflecting on what he had retrieved from the kitchen, he recalled the existence of a flash grenade. The grenade possessed enough force to dispel darkness and bring forth the hidden seeds of evil into the light, enough power to baptize the weakness into blindness. Retrieving his utility, Jake pulled the firing pin, then waited 3 seconds before gently tossing. The mid-air explosion blinded the gunner. Jake could hear the goons cursing. Jake sliced the pie by peeking around the corner. The gunner stood, waving his arms as if he was surrendering. He released a single shot, causing the gunner to drift towards death, dark as death. The second floor was now clear. Jake heard prisoners shouting from the first floor. More hostiles were swarming in. Clearly, they sought to have his head. Jake rushed towards the now abandoned machine gun post, waking up the deadly .50 cal machine gun. The sweeping rounds shred their targets. As the bodies fell apart, bloodstains painted the floor. More kept coming. The audible clang of footsteps gave away their position. A counterattack was next. Jake was ready to drop them, dwindling the resistance into non-existence. Employing swift reflexes, he elevated the MG turret, firing off the first few rounds towards the first 3 guards that materialized on the catwalk. Their torsos exploded as a stream of bullets hurled towards them. The rest fell with ease. After what seems like an eternity, Jake cleared out the resistance. The severe level of bloodshed was significantly higher than all the other fights he had engaged in. Cleansing his mind, he caught his breath, calming himself. Survival at this point continued to be a necessity. He still felt dangers lurking beyond the mining facility. While clutching onto his rifle, Jake maneuvered through the next hallways and jogged to the end of the catwalk. He climbed down the stairs and headed for the danger that was waiting for him. Another drink. This is crazy. Need a moment to recuperate, and I'll resume reading in just a moment. Okay, almost roughly 24 minutes before Christmas Eve. Well, I could just simply continue reading like the usual. Not much else I'd like to add here, honestly. In the depths of the Dabbarow mining facility, Roman Ellis was hard at work creating an escape plan. The first step was to regroup at the mining facility upon the release of the cell door. Next, utilizing resources found within the mines, the devoted followers could procure specialized drilling equipment designed to cut through stone. The hole would be their escape route out of the caverns. The caverns were quite chilly, with an average temperature of 45 degrees. Working in the mines required Roman's followers to tread carefully. Everyone knew that the accidents were bound to happen. The probability of becoming trapped was high. Roman assigned his men to drill. The machines floated a few feet above the ground. Guiding the drills with his hands, one young man moved it into position. The drilling dug in. Unsure of the estimate time required for the breakthrough, Roman sat anxiously on the rock. Just as he inhaled, the grinding twizzle noise stopped. "Hey, Roman, check this out," said one of the young ballers. His breath was warm. Smoky dust covered the newly drilled hole. The shortcut to the intention location was complete. "Can you crawl off for the tunnels?" Holler back to me if you find an elevator entrance, Roman demanded. The young man was eager to be the first in the tunnel. After a few minutes, he yelled back, "Yup, I spotted the elevator." Unlike a typical elevator, the horizontal elevator shaft was not enclosed. The shaft structure comprised a combination of steel and aluminum components. The freestanding module design, which was assembled for mines, had the advantage of easy installation. Moreover, it facilitated the transportation of minerals in a safe environment. Some safety features, like laminated glass or metal ceiling panels, were omitted. Shining through the hole was a bright green LED light. "The elevators are fully operational. We should be able to get to the second floor. From there, we can hitch a ride back home by hijacking a transport vehicle." Getting up, Roman walked over to inspect the large hole. Sure enough, the young follower wasn't off the mark. "You found it, Hillis," Roman grinned. "We should get out of here while we still can. Ready the weapon supplies, we can take it with us." "Why are we wasting our time harvesting military equipment when we should just board a ship?" one prisoner thought. He shook his head in disgust. "Do you really want to waste precious time hauling all this stuff?" an old follower said. "What will happen if the UGF force shows up at our doorstep?" "Do you really think I give a shit about the frontier force?" Roman snapped. "We need to move our asses, now!" "This is crazy! Why in the Norn are we wasting so much time? We should be joining up with the Moldens," another follower insisted. Clearly, he was not pleased with Roman's plan. Annoyed with a heated debate, he added, "Damn fools, I've already lost everything. I just need more sea capital. I'll pay them double once we get out of here. I'll teach them to shut up." "What makes you think we should trust them?" argued Roman. "Do you understand what's happening in this facility?" Another one of Roman followers questioned. "The Moldens took over this entire prison. Without them, we would never have been released. They give us a chance to escape. Why not repay them by working with them? We shouldn't be in a hurry." "Nuh-uh, we can't risk it," Roman snapped. Recognizing the potential consequence, he made the wise choice of not trusting the Moldens. They would want to call all the shots. "We need to find our way out before the authorities return. It won't be long. We'll have to deal with a lot more grief if we stay. Either you shut up and help me load the rest of the weapons, or else you'll be the one who's rotting in the cell." "Fine. I hope the UGF sends your sully ass back into a cell." "Now help me lift these crates in this trolley," Roman said as he seized a large crate from the left-hand side of the Roman. The prisoners willingly followed suit. Even though a significant portion of them held different opinions about his plans, the assurance of escape grew as they offered their helping hand. Sticking to Roman's plans was the best choice. Challenging him at this point was pointless. Roman found it impossible to overcome terms with the magnitude of what he had lost during his time in Tinilov. At this point, recouping his financial empire was his prime objective. His criminal emprise suffered when Alex unprecedentedly presented his ultimatum concerning the Secretary of Defense. Combined with the loss incurred both during arrest and Jake's victory over Velociraptor, Roman was placed in a difficult financial position. With his release, he was now eager to devise a grand scheme, one that would allow him to establish a new criminal enterprise under his own name. With an ambitious mindset, he plans to steal UGF military weapons, sell them at a reasonable price to build much needed capital. If he had sufficient funds at his disposal, he explored the possibility of expanding his business to illicit practice of organ harvesting, using smugglers as his accomplices. Seizing this opportunity had the potential of turning Roman enterprise into a mega galaxy business. As he continued to load the rails, Roman and his followers were suddenly startled by a strange noise. The clanging of a subterranean drill charged down the mines, increased in volume as the seconds ticked by. The rigs have a 3-foot-long drill attached to its front. A single handle was used by the driver for maneuvering the drill into position. As a standard feature, a safety mechanism was installed to halt its function if it sensed any living being within 1 meter of the drill. Roman's eyes met the drill as it made its way closer to the location. The rig was traveling at a speed far beyond the safety limit. Clearly, the safety mechanism has been tampered by someone. He froze, screamed, unable to escape. Roman and several of the prisoners' bodies were shredded by the incoming drill. The weapon cache was also decimated. Their blood covers everything. The only thing that remained was tinkling sounds of spilled caliber rounds tumbling across the floor. The rest of the prisoners remained motionless, seemingly frozen in place. Their ears rang from the crash. They realized they had to identify the culprit that caused the disaster if they have any chance of survival. "What the hell was that?" a prisoner yelled. "Don't look at me. It had to be an accident," said another prisoner, trying to avoid the blade game. "Which one of you idiots was assigned to watch over the equipment?" Suspicious prisoner questioned. "It wasn't me, but I'm pretty sure Roman sent Olak and Tim to watch over the SR-21 drill." "We need to hold them accountable for this mess. Go up to the maintenance room and see if you can find them for me," a prisoner said. "When you find them, bring them directly to me. I will devise a new escape plan while you are gone." "We can do that," said one prisoner as he tapped in a partner to accommodate him. Remaining vigilant, the rest of the Roman followers stayed on high alert, anxiously anticipating the return of the men responsible. Investigating the mine for potential clues was the next step. "I've already warned them. I won't play nice the next time we meet," Jake thought. He smiled. The prisoners were confused. The investigation would turn up nothing. He remained hidden behind a large asteroid rock, close to the hole dug moments ago. "I found you. I'll catch you. I won't allow savages to break out of this facility alive. Best to deal with the treacherous criminals before the snake goes hiding." Thanks to the diversion, Jake quietly maneuvered through the massive hole undetected. To maintain the element of surprise, he cleverly used an emergency ladder to ascend the elevator shaft. The second floor terminal room was his next stop. Roman's dreams of criminal enterprise were now crushed. Jake had warned Roman of the consequence of escape. Roman was awarded the most unwanted ultimatum prize. Death. Ultimate price. Death. Let me rephrase that. Rewarded the most unwanted ultimate prize. Death. With his target eliminated, there was one thing he needed to do. Find Darku and get him out of here. The UGF was counting on him, alongside Lawrence Doak. Oh yeah, that felt so good. This is very delightful to hear. Okay, about 2 more sections and I should be good. That's a lot of reading I had to do here on the web, actually. Darku and his Molden escorts arrived at the main terminal with no sense of what was happening in the tunnel. Security was tight. 8 Moldens inside the terminal and 2 guarding the doorway. Manpower levels were sufficient to control the perimeter. The room was unbearably hot, with the temperature hovering around a scorching 82 degrees. In a disorganized fashion, electrical components were scattered all over the floor, making the room appear cluttered. The terminal's blinking yellow light flared that connection was established. Networking with this sector was accessible to all. A laptop sat on a large metal table. Darku assumed the device was connected to the mainframe. He wondered if they have gained access to the training posts. "Good news, Darku. We established a connection to the Huskin trading database. It's time to get to work," Bolden said. "Darku, I need you to access the encrypted files so I can destroy the evidence that points back to us. Don't make a big fuss over this, okay?" Oh goodness, Darku thought. The sweat was dripping towards his eyebrow. I hadn't used this keyboard in forever. Okay, Darku, get a grip of yourself. Just type in the code and play ball with the Molden. Fine, I'll get to work, Darku replied. He politely played along and typed his credential. He breezed through the first 2 levels. However, the next part of the system was unresponsive to his commands. Darku anxiously waited for a response. A growing sense of unease flowed over him. They would blame him if he could not get through. Just like they attributed all the problems with the cyber paradox to him. The technician, noticing latency, reached over to diagnose the issue. Looks like our internet is down, he said. Can someone check the servers for me? Okie dokie, I'll take a look, a young technician replied. He stood up and headed towards the small room where the servers were being held. Unlike most server rooms, access to the room was not controlled by the multi-layer security protocol. Anyone could open the door and enter. As the door opened, the server's huzz and a persistent humming noise flowed out into the main area. Clearly, the servers were attempting to process 0 and 1s. However, connections within their sector were not known to have high-quality standards. The blinking blood red LED light confirmed the root cause. The network connections was disabled. Frustrated, he painstakingly worked to restore the servers back online. The rooms felt incredibly claustrophobic. There was barely enough space for the servers to breathe. The young technician was fully accustomed to the tight room. The close confinement would not stop him from repairing. A simple fix would... it should be a simple fix, he thought to himself. With ease, he navigated through the server menu, taking time to examine the current settings along the way. Finding no configuration issues, he opted to reset the network. He entered the command and waited patiently for the internet connection to be restored. After 30 seconds, the light went from red to green. Piece of cake, he added. Prior to his celebration, a sharp pain was emitted from his back. Groaning, he reached behind, clutching the source of the pain. His breath struggled in a thin line, realizing that he had been stabbed. His vision shuddered as Jake's face came to focus. He screamed for help, but it was too late. Jake had covered his mouth to muffle the sound of his death. In displaced a seared tendency, Jake refused to release a grip on the increasingly motionless body. The escape of his final breath would mark nothingness. He gently lowered the deceased body, placing it silently on the ground. Disabling the networks allowed Jake to eliminate one more Molden. However, a greater fate awaited in the next room. Saving his VIP now requires a measure that would collectively neutralize the remaining unsuspecting terrorists. He stayed on task and retained his plan from before. Find Darku and get him out of here. Luckily for him, he had another trick up his sleeve. Darkness. The operation won't be pretty, but it will be effective. After enabling his night vision Moby glass, he opened the power control panel, flipped all the switches. The Moldens were trapped in a dark cage. In the absence of light, he breached the terminal mainframe room, rolling his AR-56 carbine rifle towards the 2 Moldens, who were menacingly stationed along the wall. The bullets struck their bodies. They had little time to react. Several of the remaining members let out a scream, but the lack of light prevented them from locating Jake's position. A guard accidentally blasted his sidearm towards the darkness, killing one of his own. Then he was in a state of uncertainty as Jake repeatedly changed the position to remain undetected. A few more guys to take out, Jake thought. Prone on the floor, he smoothly rolled towards the right-hand corner of the room, where one scattered Molden awaited his attention. He fired. His target's head splattered. He gazed, shifted, spotted another Molden moving near Darku. Rising, he reached out, slammed his weapon buttstock forcefully into the man's neck. It snapped, and he fell hard to the ground. With his rifle empty, he tossed it to the floor, pulled his sidearm, and took out the last 2 threats standing post at the door. Darku's body indistinctively moved into a safe position. He flipped a steel table to avoid any additional bullets that may come his way. Within seconds, the firefight had ceased. Death cast over the terminal room. Opening his eyes, Darku was horrified by the bloodbath. They were all dead, their bodies scattered around the room. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Darku saw a familiar Artia armor stalking behind. Okay, let me rephrase this. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Darku saw a familiar Artia armor stalking behind. Holy shit! Who are you? Darku exclaimed. He nervously moved back behind the flipped desk. I'm part of the Simidolian, Jake spoke. My name is Jake Volsky. The UGS sent me to rescue you. We need to get you out of here. Surrounded by the dead, Darku felt lost and afraid. The smell of the blood was making him nauseous, on the verge of puking. Every bone in his body compelled him to run away from the overpowering stench of death that lingered in the air. Where would he go? The only remaining path was to trust the vigilante. Darku lowered his defense, releasing a sigh from his chest. He knew he'll have to do whatever the person asked of him. Wait! Darku snapped. We can't leave until I disable the connection to my database. If I leave it up, they can still access the files. It shouldn't take too long. Fine, just make it quick. A swarm of Moldens are en route. A swarm of Moldens are en route. Please don't waste my time while you're disconnecting. Jake moved to stand guard at the doorway as Darku returned to the computer terminal. All I need to do is freeze the connection by tampering around with the router, Darku muttered. He input the code Shreknock into the keyboard. He poisoned the connection. And we're done. Excellent. Let's move, said Jake. With urgency, they ran away from the terminal room until they reached an emergency exit door at the end of the hallway. Freedom lay beyond those doors. I hope you know what you're doing. Don't worry, I have an extraction point ready. A ship hidden in the crater, Jake said reassuringly. Really? Where is it? It's not too far. Stay close to me, Darku, Jake replied. The trip turned out to be uneventful. Clearly, the kidnappers have no idea that Darku had been rescued. Within minutes, they arrive at the large cavern that will lead them back to Jake's ship. With his mission almost complete, the sense of escape jolted Jake's emotion. The opportunity to flee the prison and return home was upon him. Oh my god, that was like a lot to write down. Oh my god. No way. Oh no. Oh no. No. Oh no. Let us begin with reading. Several long minutes ticked by. They reached the cavern's end, where an emergency suspended ladder awaited. It represented their ticket to freedom. It offered the only safe choice for him and his VIP to access their awaiting ship. A single punch to the red button began dropping the large structure 200 feet to the crater floor. Looking down, Darku smudgely thought, nothing flashy to see from up here. Highly unimpressed with the ship's overall appearance, the excitement about his escape faded into obscurity. He had experienced a customized Special Force vehicle. This thing was old, outdated, with evident battle scars. The rusted holes on the wings were a visible reminder of his involvement in previous intense dogfight. The hull, with its brown-orange stain, hinted at its long service. Oof, is that your ride? Darku said in a sarcastic tone. Yes, I see it, Jake annoyingly replied as he began the ascent to the ground below. Let's get down here. Right with you, Jake. Darku nodded in agreement. Glancing down, he carefully placed his foot on the first rung to the aging ladder. He hoped that the support structures were strong enough to handle the weight of both men. As they descended, The bantering continued. I bet you never expect someone like me to rescue you, Jake said. You probably thought it would be the Marines. I knew the UGF Armed Force would retake the prison. Yes, I was surprised they sent a single civilian, especially a new one. How could you tell? Jake asked. Your armor tells the whole story. Too shiny, too clean, it looks different from experienced bounty hunters. You see, the appearance of your armor will broadcast your victories and disasters. Oddly enough, the Frontiers sent me here because they didn't want to risk a full assault. They knew that the self-destruct sequence standing by. If the Moldens wanted to cover their tracks, then they should have let this place burn to a crisp. Now that would have been served as a vital warning to those who strike them. I could have just taken out the Moldens and left you behind as unfortunate collateral damage. But in the Frontier's infinite wisdom, they send me to extract you. Apparently, you are the VIP. The reports of what you did with the Huskin Trading Corporation gave you that status. They want you back alive. Oh, sure. What are they going to do with me? Toss me to a different cell? Darkus said sarcastically. I know my value. Toss you into a different cell? He repeated. I wish. They absolutely might, Jake reassured. The only thing I know for sure is that my clients wanted me to extract you. Clearly, they want to have a word with you once we return to base. Your value may decrease if you don't play ball with them. How about we stop talking and get off this rock? You know, I always thought bounty hunters were victorious. They follow their motto. We are all predator and prey. We live in the shadows so we can hunt the dark. We bring in our targets in cold or warm-blooded. I never expect you to remove the cold part. The people who sent you want to hear my secrets. Do you? Digging into my secrets is one of my objectives, Jake replied, as he jumped off the ladder to the crater floor. Especially right now, I don't have time to investigate your secrets. But I agree with you. I'm sure they will require you to unlock all your secrets once we arrive home. As long as you're willing to protect me, I think we'll get along just fine, Darkus said. His feet hit the ground with a thud. Without speaking further, both men turned towards the waiting ship. Using his right forearm, Jake punched the access code into the remote access device. As he was about to push a button, an unsettling feeling engulfed him. He knew they were being watched. Behind one of the ship's supports, Intruder revealed herself armed with a P7K. It was pointing directly at Jake's forehead. Jake did not speak, nor did he retaliate. He stopped in his current position, waiting for the right moment to respond. Darkus stood in shock. Sounds filled the air as surprise flew over them like a rogue wave. All right, turn around. Raise your hands up nice and easy, she said in a soft voice. Blasphemous. I've been compromised. Jake thought, how on earth did she know I was here? You have no idea what the fuck you are doing, Jake yelled. At this point, he was unsure who she worked for. Was she a prisoner, a part of Molden Force, or another outside organization? Okay, cowboy, you're clearly shitting yourself, the mercenary thought calmly. Trust me, I know what I'm doing, she said. Turn around so I can see you. In response to her demand, Jake obediently complied and then shifted his position to confront the female mercenary. Jake did not recognize her. A red and white striped bandana masked her true self. Her tomboy black hair and an unfamiliar uniform removed any connections between both the Molden forces and the prisoners. The unique blue blouse she was wearing highlighted her beauty, not her affiliation. Her uniform lacked the appearance of yielding significant gear. A small pouch resting comfortably on her hips. A flat chest carrier and a hunting knife tucked into her belt broadcast her preparedness. However, By the way she looked, she possessed strength, flexibility, an ability to use her body as a formidable weapon. Good, she smiled. I have a proposition for you. I'm listening. Give me a ride off this forsaken rock. If you do, you can live and hand over Darku to the UGF authorities. A ride? Seriously? Jake thought. Okay, if I'm understanding you right, we were both after the same person? That's right. I was told to break into the Dabbarow prison and extract Darku, the mercenary said. I knew they were taking him to the terminal room, but he got to him first. I have no interest in hurting you. I was hoping we could work together. While he was listening, Jake examined her side using his Moby glass. He couldn't help but notice something unusual. The PK summon appeared to be in safe mode. Is this mercenary a rookie or a pacifist or an amateur? Is this mercenary a rookie or a pacifist or an amateur? He thought. Let me repeat that. So, that's why you forgot to turn your safeties off, he smiled. She glanced down, surprised and embarrassed. Changing the subject, Jake asked, Did anyone follow you? I don't think so. Are you sure about that? Jake asked. He motioned her to turn around. Her facial expression changed and realized they now have unwanted company. The first gunshot banged. She cursed and immediately dropped to the ground. Then, a barrage of bullets targeted them. Jake and Darku rushed to take cover behind a large rock. She scrambled alongside them. Hey, I was just about to work on a deal with... Cutting her off, Jake shouted, You either shut up and fight with me or die! She released the safety on her sidearm and took out 2 thugs. Jake bravely unleashed a counterattack of his own. The storm of AR-56 bullets easily peeled the first layer of the enemy's platoon. Cover me! I'm moving out! Jake shouted. The mercenary flooded the air with bullets. Jake sprinted to the right, heading towards a medium-sized rock. He safely slid beneath as several retaliation bullets ricocheted off the rock's surface. Jake cursed as more lead poured in, seemingly from all angles. His vision soon became blurry, suppressed. Despite the difficult circumstances, he knew he had to regain control. After shaking his head to recover, he spotted a Molden flanking from the left side of his position. He instinctively unloaded the last of his rounds, neutralizing the threat. Jake reloaded, went prone, and scanned the horizon for his next target. Leaning left, he defeated 3 more thugs. Meanwhile, still entrenched behind the large rock, a mercenary was doing her best to fend off an incoming wave of skilled opponents. Stepping out of cover, Jake joined in to assist, taking out 1 Molden hiding behind a stone barricade, the other 2 hovering behind smaller asteroid rocks. Her ammunition supply was dwindling rapidly. Once her rounds ran dry, her survival would be dependent on the vigilante. Upon hearing the click, she swiftly reloaded with her last magazine. Anticipating Jake's help, she moved into a hiding position to save bullets. As she attempted to hold her position, a Molden soldier flanked her, raising his rifle with the intention to kill. Then, an AR-56 round whooshed his head off, and the last threat fell. Jake had not disappointed her. Sounds filled the air as they both emerged from their position. Although she was impressed by Jake's skill, she couldn't help but feel a level of cautiousness. Fully trusting him would be difficult. With her P7K ready, she confronted Jake face to face. Jake's rifle was ready as well, resulting in a standoff. They both stood there, unable to move, unsure of what action each wanted to take next. You were saying? Jake said. Listen, I'm not here to assassinate you, she responded. I was wondering if you can work with me. Maybe we can team up. We don't have to split the profits. You can keep it all to yourself. Why in the bloody hell was she here? Jake thought. I need to find out who sent her. Why should I trust you? He replied. Haven't you figured that out by now? Darku is a powerful asset. The power Darku possesses is not strength or speed. I need his knowledge to determine the root of the problem. Once we locate the root, I can eradicate it. Now, how on earth does she know about Darku's database? This amateur better not be messing with me. My best chance to locate the factory is hidden within that database. So, you're planning to track down the Stratai factory? Jake asked. Yes, I'm not interested in hunting down people for money. I'm interested in crippling the supply line of the most dangerous drug in the galaxy. Looks like we have a common goal. I might work something out with her. Now we're speaking the same language. How about we stop talking and head back to base? Do we have a deal? She spoke. Before he could respond, a fighter emerged seemingly from the unknown, charging towards them with the ferocity of an angry queen bee. Incoming missile! Get to cover! Now! Darku hollered. They all scrambled to hard cover. Rocks were their only shield. Within seconds, Jake's ship was obliterated by several missiles. The explosion caused a thick cloud of black smoke to fall over them. Their ears rang, leaving them deaf. As the smoke cleared, Jake witnessed the fighters flying away. The angry humming engine faded away into the distance. Damn it, the mercenary said in disgust. Well, there goes our ride, Jake said. He wasn't too thrilled. You don't have another ship we can use, do you? I hide inside a prison ship to get here. The short answer is no. You're the idiot who wasted time pointing a gun at my head. We could have made our way off this rock if it wasn't for your immaturity, Jake snapped. Like I said, I was hoping I could try to work out a deal with you. I have no idea how fucked up this was going to get. We don't have time to gaggle fuck over who did what. We need to figure out a proper plan now. Otherwise, we're going to be trapping this shithole forever. Breaking the silence, Darku said, Guys, I think I have another way to get out of here. Shove it, Darku. She grinned. This is between me and that bounty hunter. All right, sweetheart. Maybe you should learn to pack it in a little. Let Darku speak, Jake said in a polite tone. Perhaps, just perhaps, he has an idea. Clearly, you have nothing to offer. I understand your concerns, young lady. If you could just listen for a moment, I think I can help, Darku said. He seized the argument. When the Moldens released all the prisoners, this whole damn facility went into lockdown. If we could look for a way to release the lockdown sequence, maybe we could access one of their fighters. Your suggestion is to breach the command post, override security lockdown, and secure a fighter. Is that what I'm hearing? It's the only option we have. Do you know how to disable the lockdown? The female mercenary inquired. Me? No, Darku said. But I know a colleague who understands how their security system works. He was an intern from Goop Security in college. Good. We could use someone with technical know-how to get off this rock, she said, turning to Jake. I think we might have a good thing coming. Let's say you. If we do this, I can't let Darku go out into the field defenseless. We need to offer him protection, Jake said to Crystal. What kind of protection? Weapons are my religion. We have no excuse. We can't allow him to go out there unarmed. There is a high probability that Moldens will continue to assault us. We need Darku armed in case any of us go down, Jake insisted. He showed Darku his AR-56 carbine rifle. Darku, are you familiar with firing one of these? Yeah, I'm familiar. No, I have not fired one before. Well, you need to learn fast. You will be the primary target for the Moldens. They're going They are going after your ass first. If you don't learn to protect yourself, you'll be as good as dead. We need to stop talking and move inside. Every second we wait, the more organized they become. I can brief you on our escape plan once we get someplace safe. Sounds good to me. Lead the way, cowboy, the female mercenary said. Ooh, lordy, this is so good. This is so goated. Oh. Oh my god. No. No. I am completely stunned. I had to spend like almost an hour after reading this. And surprise! It's Christmas! Huh? Huh? Anybody check the time right now? At least in my location right now. Might not be Christmas Day for everyone else, like in America, but it is for me in my location. What else am I saying? I'm a little speechless here over my voice. And I do apologize of what I have to go through. Oh my god. That really absolutely like tore my entire throat apart. Right. I do intentionally want to at least continue on with the slide, so you know what? I'm gonna let this like campfire at least play out. Not to worry there. I will make sure to return in just a moment. I'll take myself a quick break and I'll be right back. All right, let's go ahead and revert back to the slide. So I'll make the transition. Where was I? Okay, let's go through an overview of what I've read for Chapter 3, The Breakout. So, what else can actually be said about this chapter? Well, coming up in Chapter 3, the Muldens release the prisoners, now an all-out brawl ensured. Well, the reason why I've written it as such is that I want to raise the tension by driving in the action scene. My work wasn't too jumpy, mind you, but I need a setup that leads me to a brawl. One of the things I want to avoid is I don't want any plot holes shoehorned within this literature. I wanted a smooth transition at a reasonable pace. The way of how it's structured in my literature books looks competent on the surface. My thinking here is, if I could somehow make QOL improvements towards the writing prose, my work would be far more smooth than I would think. Reading and rereading this chapter, I think I had a lot of fun coming up with the prison fight. The most challenging part was being very descriptive over how the fights play out in your head. As a writer, I must pay closest attention towards what forms they use when they fight. Most of the forms I would think about is their default stance. When combat commences, I would look slowly at how they throw a punch, a kick, or kneecap. In the event someone did get hit, what severity level I should pay close attention to? Did any blood split out from his mouth, nose? Were there broken bones? Did his back get broken? Were his muscles badly damaged? No, I don't want the fighting scene to resemble the 90s cartoon ultraviolence, gibitude, fidelity like Mortal Kombat. I want the level to be quite as real as you get if you're really dumb to start a fight, though I do not recommend doing this in a public environment. Why these fighting scenes? Why was it created as such? I choose to create this scene because I was clumsy enough to start a fight way back in elementary school. What drove me into this madness was when one of my classmates picked on me because they told me that I suck. No explanation was given towards why he made this compliment. It was at this moment that I smacked someone in the nose. There has to be a much deeper meaning than just some guy clearly telling me that I suck. What was the point? You see, when they pick on me, that implies they want all the recognition to himself. He acknowledged that I'm completely worthless. To prove that he's dead wrong, I had to smite him down. Back then, the guy who made fun of me was a total piece of shit. And I was a total piece of shit too. What a funny world we live in. The moment we got scrutinized by our teacher, that was when we both kissed our timeout stickers goodbye. We both landed on a timeout corner. As I grow older, I know better not to cross a big red line again, but I still deal with a lot of assholes in my everyday life, both from within and outside of school. Best of all, we still deal with more assholes both offline and online. Sorry if this story of mine is very underappreciated, but I recalled reading a novel that does talk about the heavy themes of suicide and bullying. Outside of my stupidity, one thing that's worth pointing out is that I created small flashbacks of Jake getting into a fight in school. I can confirm that a real-life military veteran went into a high school fight just before he was enlisted in the Long Road miniseries show I watched back in 2017. That flashback is not only the example that will be on display. One thing I want to point out is these PTSD nightmares play a very important role in internal conflict with Jake's thoughts. Not to mention the saber mask will play an important role. Nightmares can easily be missed based on italic font. The small imagery is provided to readers that imply why the main protagonist remembers during his time in Quad War, a metaphor of Iraq-Afghanistan war. Throughout mid and near the end of the chapter, there was a lot of popcorn action flavors sprinkled out. Most sections I enjoy creating was when Jake Man and MG, creating accidental bounty kill towards Roman, and he used darkness to kill all the sci-fi cartels and rescue Darku. At the end, I ended up creating a female mercenary who looked a heck of a lot like Joanna Dark. For the sake of the artistic look, I used a 2000 character model as a basis when working on a description, not to be confused with Perfect Dark Zero, nor the now canceled 2020's Perfect Dark game. I did not want to have a beautiful female character. I wanted to make a great character. It would be interesting if I could deconstruct most of the core character design. Sadly, I never got around working on this. The only thing that mattered to me is that I wanted to make a fun character. That said, I can assure to you that Crystal will play an important role for the Awakening. A few funny things you might miss the first time around is the code Darku typed in. The code he typed in was called Knockers, but it was written backwards. Material like these can be very evident that my literature offers all the nod towards rare FPS titles that can still be found. Details like this should let you know that I have good taste. Now, fourth and final chapter, The Escape. I'd like to read the next section at some point, but avast, I must return towards playing Goldeneye 007, and we'll get this show on the road. Oh, and by the way, if you are tuning into this right now, Merry Christmas. Just going to transition the scene. Where was I? Ah, I see I need to actually go through Archive today. Okay, I'm over it. Let's see if we can make her escape right now. I'm getting out of this interrogation room. No time for chit-chatting. I did all the reading, so gotta be hurry on the clock. It does this every single time. Brilliant. Yoink. Nope. And why not? I'll just pop off. So close, but whatever. I'm too lazy. Don't care. Too lazy. Boop. Boop. Meow. Cool. Block. Put the scar off. Oh, it's a tank, I forgot. Idiot old me. Oh. Checking my audio for Vect. Oh my god, it's so hard for me. At least I make some really good speeches, and yet here I am. It's already Christmas. I suppose I'll have a jolly good time, at least with the holiday. Somehow I ran over someone. I had no idea what that was. But whatever. I'll move forward. Now, grenades are hard and cruel. I'm gonna teach you don't want to laser and through explosives. It should be straightforward. It's meant to be like a ton of fog. Get out of here. Should be closing in towards the exit. Oh, the rockets are so annoying. Oh. Damn it. Got caught by a visible wall. Okay, any other brain scheme idiots who want to, like, run through my tank? No? Oh, it's so bloody annoying. Oh, no. Meow. not in the woods yet. I got plenty of armor, so let's hope I'll just be able to squeeze right through. Oh no. Oh, has to be like this, does it? Only a sucker like that would actually run into their explosive. Honestly, I'm not too surprised. Meow. Meow. Take a few of the explosive damage here, just boost my way out, and then just get out dodge. And when we're out of here. Finally. Let's see if at least rescue Natalia. Soon. I have so much memory working on like the cover artwork. Alright then. Right. Just empty. I also got these mines I like to use. Gotta be quick. Get off. Sadly though, I won't get much ammunition for that. Stick with that. Oh boy. Ammo for me. And I'm getting out of here. Oh, you think you're gonna make me play Counter-Strike 2 today, aren't ya? Of course I'll be happy to play Counter-Strike 2, but soon. It'll come. No, the power B will still shoot me through the walls, even though I'm in hardcover. Shutting it down for good. Get the key. Slice the pie. And we're out of here. Get the supplies. Intel, and I gotta get out of here. Not much else I want to say, really. Lovely. Let us rescue Natalia. Okay, let's see if we can make this round count. Oh, nope. Kill gymnast henchmen, elite guards. Hello? I'm trying to find you. There you are. Scrub. I don't like to aim at the head level. Problem is, I don't even know if the head levels are going to be consistent. Oh, got someone who is actually in the skibbity toilet. I don't want to stay there. Anyone here? What's going on back there? Woo! Well, oh shit, they're gonna swing at me. Oh no, they're coming out of the doors! Oh no! Bloody hell. Holy shit, I'm almost out of rounds. I don't have much rounds. Alright, that was a sling clean. Pray I could just hang out for a little longer to get the information I needed. So I gotta wait for this, like, transition scene to actually occur. I just realized we must have lost a bit of networking connection, and I'm not really too sure what actually happened here behind the scenes. It looks like everything should be in order. Honestly, chances are we're in the right track. We should be. So I'll just stick around. Get the information and see if we could actually slow down. Yes, as you know that I could tell, I put so much Easter egg reference from this base game here, and maybe a few from my Perfect Dark. Get out of here. I should have enough health for me to get through. Just go to end the map, and we're good. Hooray! We made it. Oh, jungle. Alright. There won't be any music for this, I'm afraid to say. And, oh my god, I don't even know what else I want to at least, like, say when I was telling this stream, other than I just don't really care too much whether or not my awareness over my brand actually gets heard or not. I never cared too much. All I care about is, like, I just wish I wanted to tell a story. And I want to do it without really making any propaganda narrative. I.e., I don't want to be a person who is affiliate of, say, I work with, say, a political party or some radicalized Islamic organization, if you catch what I mean. by all means, I want to make sure I build literature that's meant to be, in my opinion, I want to aim for the United States American audience, if that makes sense. That's what I want to see myself actually doing moving forward. And of course, I don't even want to like insult the American audience, and I want to be very true and specific over it. And that's what I aim to achieve next time I work on my own literature. Oh, that's right. Whoa. 2 birds, 1 stone. Got it. I don't need to fire that much rounds. Oh. There's some pretty up-armory armor. I'm getting around just fine. Yeah, I can't help myself for thinking it's not an AR rifle. I felt like I'm actually firing like a Browning automatic rifleman roll. Oh, there's a machine gun. Let me destroy that. Oh, is that where they come from? No! Whoa. You already clicked the armor, so you cannot pick it up again. Get out of here. Oh. Oh, quick from my reflexes. Of course. Not always ideal these days, at least to focus on the aim. It should be like crosshair placement. So I had like, isn't really as like obnoxious or egregious as you would think. Come think of it from like an experienced player like that. I have to at least like destroy most of them, and I'm going to need to use explosives so I deal out with the boss. Hello there. Boom. Dead. Alright, me matey. I still don't have enough rounds for God who knows why. But I'm gonna have to be really extra careful for this. Ugh, this is gonna be real painful for me. And I'm gonna need, I owe myself a little soda for that. Oh, there they are. Just popped out on my screen. Really ugly looking. It hurts my giant eyes. Oh, no. I can take my P90 if I have to. Oh, no. 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 I gotta make sure I grab myself some rifle rounds. Whatever's left. I know these people are gonna be hard and cruel to deal with, but I have to finish them off. That's easy. God, it's like firing like the USP from Counter-Strike. No! That looked like a Suop side bomber I just killed back there, and wow. Do not. I forgot I won't get any ammo, but I gotta have to go propel. Oh, let me use this gun. Swing. Swing. I am almost out of rounds, so I gotta get out of here. We did it. Yay. Ugh. Very clean headshots. Okay, I gotta pause for just one moment. Another round's on me for that soda. So, that's that. Give me just one while I prep another soda. Now, where was I? Ah, the escape. I will resume in just a few moments. All right, I am ready to begin. Now, with further ado, I shall read Chapter 4, The Escape, and we'll bring out a fine little campfire. Enjoy. Sitting nervously at his computer terminal, the technician's eyes flinch as he attempted taking the actions flooding in the command center. Reports are streaming in that a bounty hunter breached the mainframe terminal. He rescued Darku from captivity. Reports are also indicating that a mercenary has joined them. The Simmel and his team are currently plotting their escape. Do you wish to initiate the self-destruct sequence? You idiots! Do you have any idea how incumbent it would be to destroy the entire prison? Nicholson grumbled. He vented his anger at his subordinates. We would lose our best chance for breaching the database. What do you know about the mercenary? I'm not familiar with her. I will approve a shoot-to-kill order. Make sure you do not harm Darku when apprehending him. Do you understand? He stated forcefully. He scanned his men for acknowledgement. Turning back to the walkout, he commanded, Continue to keep the facility in full lockdown. Nobody gets in, nobody gets out. Where are you heading? Inquired the nervous technician. I have a very important meeting with the Pather reader, so I need to fly out, Nicholson answered. Remember that we need Darku alive. We can destroy the entire facility once we get rid of Simmel. Understood? Understood. Your ship is prepared for you, Buka said. As long as we continue to receive tactical support from the Quadia Pathers, I can guarantee that our eyes and ears will remain focused. Good. Just don't do anything daft on the way. Buka, you're in charge. You are all dismissed, the boss said. You two, come with me, Nicholson ordered as he approached the door. I need to pack security. Without hesitation, the bodyguards walked through the open door into the hallway, accompanying Nicholson to his meeting. The team was fully prepared to tackle the task at hand. They knew Jake could run, but he wouldn't stay hidden for long. They, along with the prisoners, need to engage in a high-stake chase to locate and apprehend the fleeing civilian and his partners. The fully operational Eagle Eye Command Center was a vital component of their mission, their ultimate obstacle Jake could not barrel through. The lead technician, the hacker, sat down and used his technical wizardry skills to take out the civilian. They knew they had to plan their grand escape and resupply their gear. The army room was a logical place to accomplish both tasks. As they entered, they spotted various forms of police, military-grade weapons securely positioned on several racks. Majority, assault rifles and submachine guns, provide high lethal protection. A small supply of riot control gear was shoved in the corner of the cabinet. Jake recognized that they did not have a lot of time to waste on shooting lessons. He hoped that teaching the basics of loading the AR-56 receiver and pulling the trigger would be enough. Releasing one side from its rack, he started up the training process. First step is to load the standard magazine into the receiver. Watch carefully, Jake said. He physically demonstrated the process. He popped it out and handed the rifle to Darku. You try it. Darku knew his life depended on gaining familiarity with the firearm. He grabbed it and fumbled with the magazine until it slipped into position. Now, pull the charging handle back and release. Like this? Darku said. He diligently listened and followed Jake's instructions. The weapons made a clicking noise, signaling that it was ready. Yep, you got it, Jake smiled. He let out a sigh of relief. He's a quick learner. I admire his enthusiasm. Unfortunately, we won't be making a trip to a real shooting range. It looks like the prisoners want a war. He better get his sense together, or else he won't last longer than a second. Brilliant! I'm ready to go, Darku said. He needed reassurance, checking, just in case. This is getting a little too nerve-wracking for my liking. I cannot believe I'm doing this. Well, here I am, Darku thought. Not so fast. We're not done yet, Jake replied. Now think. Before going into combat, what is the most important thing you need to pay attention to? I think you're referring to the safety, Darku answered, hoping he was right. That's it. You should be good to go, Jake cheered. Great. Is there anything you want to know before we head out? There is one last thing, he said with a cocky little smile. And that is... With a stiff motion, he drew his sidearm and positioned the barrel towards Darku. Freaking out, Darku grasped. Word of advice, do not point a gun at anyone, kid, unless you're planning to shoot them, he warned. Whoa! It can get pretty scary out there, Jake continued. He possessed knowledge about the extreme peril they were about to face. He knew he needed to show them this key lesson before they left. I would recommend that you always keep your hands off the trigger. Think before you engage and try to eliminate the threat before they get you. Do I make myself clear? Okay. I'll let that soak in as we plan our escape route. Good. Just want to make sure you understand the situation at hand. We can't afford accidents. I don't want to drag you around. Remember, we're all in this together. Any questions? Jake asked. Yeah. I think I'm peachy over here. Are you sure? Jake asked again. Definitely. Hey, cowboy, the mercenary interrupted. As she made the necessary preparation to resupply her gear, she took a seat on the stool and pulled the charging handle of her submachine gun, which was known as the IZU-49. Get your ass over here. We need to put together a plan. The mercenary interruption did not elicit a thrilled response. He silently made a promise to stifle her life as she stepped over the line. Give me a second, my dear. You're interrupting an important lesson, Jake growled. Now don't maybe stop what I'm doing or I'll break your pretty face. It's all good, Jake, Darku interrupted. Avoiding a fight and limiting the unfocused conversation seemed appropriate at this point. You said I was good. How about we discuss the plans now? He let his anger go, then thought, okay, Jake, don't allow this to get in your way. We're all in this together. Fine. I hope you absorbed all the details contained in my lecture, he replied. Once all the equipment was gathered on the table, they pulled up a hologram map showcasing the entire facility. The map provided a detailed overview. Focus was placed on showcasing all possible office locations. They initiated an analysis of their current location, the first floor armory room. So here's the situation, Jake rambled. A few hours ago, it became apparent that the Bolden forces hacked their way into the command center, taking over the Dabbarow prison. This will not make our job easy. If we look for a way to release the lockdown, we should prepare a ship for us to take out of this shitty place. Any suggestions how we should execute this play, Mr. Know-it-all? I know how we're going to do this, Darku answered. He reached out towards the hologram. The entry into the command post is located here. To get there, we need to make our way to the power core station located on the 8th floor. Once there, head to the right, and this long hallway will take us to our destination. I'll have the doors open, and you can take control of the command center. Sounds like a reasonable plan, the mercenary nodded. She was keen, stubborn. Agreed. It's our best shot, Jake added. He continued to analyze the hologram map for alternative escape routes. Manipulating the hologram, he schemed a clever way to reach the command center power room. We could take a shortcut by heading to the construction site. Should make it easy for us to bypass the security lockdown. Construction site it is, Darku said. It's our only chance. Let's hope we're right. After all, Jake said. He grabbed his KFU-74. He was ready to go. Everyone ready? With pleasure, The mercenary smiled. She clung to her weapon with her right hand, raising the barrel towards the ceiling. By the way, what's your real name, cowboy? Jacob Volsky. Yours? Crystal Zelov, she responded. Looks like we got ourselves a job to do. Let's go. They concluded the briefing, exiting the room, and entered the hallway. Picking up their pace, they sprint towards the end. They had one last chance to make their grand escape. One last chance. Exiting the doorway, Jake and his followers descend a ramp that leads to the floor of the construction area. The site remained unfinished, virtually untouched. On the right side, there was supposed to be a small guard tower. Only a skeleton variant of it had been built. The deteriorating building and construction equipment stood idle, waiting for the workers to return. The inner craters in which it was located was littered with large asteroids, hindering Jake's ability to identify a potential threat. Silently, Jake signaled with his hands, ordering his mates to wait. Without revealing his whereabouts, he positioned himself in a location that allows him to survey the construction site. He observed 3 riot droids protecting the power room entrance. They stood guard, denying passage. The riot droids, known for their power, utilized both lethal and non-lethal weapons. Their upside-down T-shape hovered mid-air. Armed with a gun on each wing, a non-lethal device attached to the bottom left, and a camera on the top. Thanks to the advanced technology, they were immune to typical ballistic rounds, vulnerable to energy caliber rounds and electrical magnetic pulse. With no access to energy caliber bullets, deploying EMP was the only viable option. Their only weakness, its neck. Damage to this area renders the droid inoperable. Deploying an EMP blast would temporarily stun the device, extending the neck. Hey, Jake, what's the holdup? Dooku whispered. From the looks of it, we got trouble. What kind? Just north of us. 3 security droids are protecting the blast door. Jake stared. If we want to brute our way inside, we'll have to tear the droids down. Dooku, do you have the EMP grenade rounds? EMP and grenades? Dooku thought quietly. I can't believe I'm going to be firing such powerful rounds. Still undercover, Dooku reached into his chest carrier. He searched for his rounds until he found several with a blue painted shell. He pulled the EMP grenade round, showed it to Jake. Definitely. I'll distract the droids, act as a decoy. You try to take each of them out using your EMP grenade round. Zelov, you... No need to worry, Mr. Volsky. Crystal interrupted Jake. She grabbed her own EMP grenade. I got plenty in my belt. They should come in handy. She needs to watch her tongue, Jake thought. He was annoyed, masked with frustration. Then he said, Don't forget that the only way to destroy the droid is to aim for the neck. Now wait for my signal. Jake commanded Zelov and Dooku to step back from the ramp, concealing themselves behind an asteroid rock, waiting. He moved, crouched along the ground, from rock to rock. The droid remained idle, unaware of the potential threat in their sector. He moved from one cover to another as he closed in on the skeleton tower. At the right moment, he picked up a nearby rock and hurled it at the center cement mixer. The droid reanimated, detected a loud thud. They patrolled the construction site for suspicious activity. One droid moved towards the nose while the other 2 patrolled near the ramp entrance. Dooku and Zelov witnessed the droids pass by their location. Neither droid checked behind the rocks. Dooku initiated the first strike, fired an EMP grenade round. The droid, upon being consumed by the electrical pulse, instantly froze in place. The EMP wore off. Its neck was exposed. Stunned, Dooku had a clear shot of its neck. Shit! Watch out! Zelov shouted. The other droids fired heavy rounds at Dooku, triggering his instinct to run. Panting, he hit to cover just in time. The bullets ricocheted off the rock surrounding him. Heavily suppressed, he lost his firing spirit. He wailed for his life. Zelov stopped the attack by deploying a round of her own. The droid halted in place. Firing ceased. She took aim at its neck, smashing to bits. The heavy damage sustained caused it to collapse to the ground. After handling the second droid, the first one reincarnated. Programmed with precision, the droid directed its gun towards Ziloff and opened fire. She barrel rolled and took cover to avoid bullets. The clench of her hands caused her to tremble. She held her ground, waiting for the droid to finish shooting before proceeding. The droid franked her position. Turk emerged from cover, retaliated with an MP-8 grenade round. Once again, the droid froze. Once the neck was exposed, Darku took aim and fired away. The droid sustained heavy damage, losing its hovering capabilities. It tilted forward, slamming its wing into the ground, just barely missing Ziloff's head. 2 droids down, 1 more to go. Then, the final droid turned and drifted towards their location. They both quickly hid behind a large asteroid rock, dodging the incoming fire. Both were engaged in a game of cat and mouse with artificial intelligence, putting their lives on the line as they played strategic mind games against a robotic opponent. The droid chased the trespasser, and its camera locked onto Darku's left arm. Gracefully rotating to the right, it lined up its sights towards its target. Right before the droid could discharge its weapon, it was interrupted by an unidentified individual who seemed to have landed on its armor. Using his bare hands, Jake forcefully tore off the head of the droid. The droid spun around faster than a teapot ride while Jake was strapped in. Bullets shot out all directions, resembling an out-of-control sprinkler. At last, the head was loose. He pulled it out. Even though the head was removed, the droid continued to spin him around uncontrollably. He felt dizzy and disoriented. "Why don't you stay down there, you piece of shit?" Jake said. Taking out the security droid was like playing whack-a-mole. Frustrated, he extracted a grenade from his vest. Pulling the plug, shoving it inside the elusive mole's neck. Disoriented from the spinning, he jumped to the ground. What followed was a loud bang, and the last one was now dust. He gasped, struggled to regain his vision. His eyes shook violently. He hit his right hand on a rock. Just as he was about to lose his balance, Durka came out around the corner, reached out, and took his hand. "Holy shit! Are you alright?" Durku asked. Following the chaotic fight, a wave of anxiety washed over him. "Yeah, I'm fine," Jake replied. "You too?" "I'm okay. Let me guess. Are you trying to show off or what?" Crystal said sarcastically. "I suppose you could say that," Jake immediately answered. Their conversation was interrupted by the audible blast doors opening. The door was heavily secured. Layers and layers opened until the Moldens revealed themselves. On high alert, they clearly were investigating the site for intruders. Armed with assault rifles and SMGs, they spread out to survey the area. After searching, they failed to pin down their positions. Either they mysteriously vanished into thin air, or they were just lurking somewhere in the shadows. The residue of the destroyed droids was the only evidence that verified their potential presence. Any sign of Simmel and his team? "Negative. They're not here." "We'll keep searching. We're going to kill the bastard." As the thugs continued their search, Jake, Crystal, and Darku fled, hiding behind an empty storage container placed near the blast door, just a few feet away from the exit. "How does it look from here?" Crystal whispered. "They're pretty spread out," Jake answered. He peeked around the corner to his right. "I think we could outrun them." Jake and his followers patiently monitored the search team. They waited silently as many of the men expanded their search onto the asteroid field, leaving only 2 behind to guard the doorway. This shouldn't be too bad," Jake murmured. "Darku, I want you to create a distraction. Try to lure one of the hostiles to your position. I'll deal with the other thugs." Darku glanced around and spotted a small asteroid rock. "Do you want me to roll this?" he asked as he presented the rock to Jake. "It's hard as steel, but useless as a lethal weapon." "Go for it. Now on my mark." Darku waited. Turning, Jake crept towards the container climbable edge. using it for support. He jumped, lifted his entire body onto the top of the container. Positioned in the corner, Jake signaled his approval. Executing the distraction was green-lighted. Darku threw the rock, banging it on the container. A tiny noise rang out. The guards looked towards the crate, growing suspicious. "What was that?" said a Molden. "Just sit tight. I'll check it out," said another. He walked to investigate the noise. Once alone, Jake ambushed his target, suddenly eliminating him with a suppressor sidearm. The guard's head splattered, resulting in a lethal blow. As the second guard investigates the empty crate, he felt someone grabbing his neck. Zella pulled his entire body, dragging him around the corner. With a firm grip, she tightened her hold around the bodyguard's neck, only to be interrupted by Darku, who was just moments away from pulling the trigger.
"Are you crazy?"
Crystal was aghast at Darku.
"We can't risk holding this guy hostage. I got this."
Darku silently acknowledged by lowering his weapon. Crystal ended the guard's life, snapping his neck. He was no longer a threat. Still unaware of the current location, the amateur Molden continued search without checking their backs. Crystal peeked around the corner, scanning for threats. Once the coast was clear, she ordered Darku to regroup with Jane, who was now standing. Let me see. Crystal peeked around the corner, scanning for threats. Once the coast was clear, she ordered Darku to regroup with Jake, who was now standing near the entrance. As they approached, a Molden shouted out. The element of surprise was now lost. "Get inside! Get inside!" Jake ordered. "Darku, try to punch in the terminal and open the next blast door. I'll cover you."
"On it."
Darku replied. He used his hacking ability to engage a simple console command that would result in opening the next door. At the same time, he tried to lock the outer door and sealed the way from breaking off the pursuit. His hard work paid off. Now the doors gradually closed. An overly zealous Molden reacted by unloading his KFM on a closing door. Let me phrase that. Molden reacted by unloading his KFM on the closing door. Jake went prone, seeking protection behind the partially closed door. Crystal stood close to the door's iron frames, while Darku, confronting certain death, stood paralyzed, reacting instantly. Crystal empowered a counterattack, aiming her shots at the thug's central area. The attacker was subdued by several 9mm rounds. Although it was clear that he had been struck, she kept shooting until her weapons clicked.
"Cover me, Jake. I'm reloading,"
she shouted. Jake responded by providing fire support with his KFU-74. The weapon came alive with a roar, the unleashing rounds flinched another approaching Molden. His body fell, hitting a large rock upon landing. Another round gutted his neck, bleeding him out of combat. The fighting stopped when the blast door closed. With the outer door tightly sealed, they bided their time until the next door revealed itself. Jake reloaded and acquired a new magazine. "Did you lock the outer door?" Jake asked.
"I tried, but the system would not respond to my final command,"
Darku said. His hacking skills was not as sharp as they were when they work in the trade department. "I got an idea," he snapped. Jake retrieved a screwdriver from the bandit toolbox, then jammed the frame of the door. "Gotta use the right tools for the right job," Jake added. "Let's go." The inner door opened to unveil a widely open ramp littered with empty crates. There was no presence of hostiles. In a synchronized manner, Darku and Crystal followed suit by swiftly running down the long ramp that descended into a gloomy floor. Near the end, they spotted 3 Moldens loading supplies into a large storage container. They had reached a dead end. Hearing footsteps, the Molden ceased fire. "I see them! Take them out!" one Molden shouted to his comrades. Jake, Darku, and Crystal drew their weapons and eliminated the 3, leaving no room for error. As soon as the cracking firepower went silent, Jake heard echoing voices screaming that they were under attack. Their shots had exposed their position, clearing more trouble was just ahead. Just as two Moldens surfaced around the corner, Jake countered by firing a few rounds in short bursts, effectively knocking both down. Crystal peeked out. Suddenly, a Molden fired upon her. Recognizing the danger, she promptly soft covered. A few rounds darted her past her left shoulder. She cursed. Jake emerged, shooting Crystal's attack in the head. As he descended further down the ramp, he engaged a stunned Molden standing anxiously by the elevator. He followed up by shooting another Molden, who was hiding like a coward behind a pile of metal crates. With the area cleared, Jake reloaded. Although he had eliminated all the known threats, it's important to note that the threat of future attacks persists. All clear, Jake responded. Heeding his words, Crystal and Darku moved freely down the ramp. While breathing nervously, Jake waited for their arrival, and once they appeared, he pressed the button on his right to call the main elevator. The door made a metallic beep, automatically opening horizontally. After entering, Jake hit a button to go to the next floor. The door closed. The elevator climbed up to its intended destination. During the ride up, Jake realized it was a good time to examine their gear and ascertain its certain state. He wanted to confirm their preparedness before they depart. Jake had a strong dedication to his religion and the military doctrine. Auditing other squad gear is a vital code that cannot be violated. Give me a status on the ammo count. How does it look? Crystal examined the amount of rounds she had in her inventory. From the start of their escape, she exhausted 2 mags. She had 5 magazines in her inventory. Ammo is green, she applied. Darku, Jake said. Darku stared downward. Oh goodness, this is just getting more screwed up. Darku said in disbelief. My hacking skills had turned into crap. I pissed off the feds and the Moldens. Now I'm taking the joyride on this damn elevator towards potential freedom. Fuck. He was military naive about the importance of Jake's request. He froze, unable to respond. Darku, Jake snapped, forcing him to pay attention. Give me a status on the ammo. Darku heard his response. He fought to nail taking control over his thoughts. Still reeling from the violent encounters with the Moldens, he could not seem to concentrate. He knew his escape from the prison base was about to become even more atrocious. What do you mean? It's a simple procedure, Jake lectured. If you have plenty of rounds in your pocket, ammo status is green. If you have burnt around 50% of your rounds, ammo status is yellow. Anything less than 50 is red or black. What is the difference between red or black? Darku asked. Black means you used up everything and you're going to get your ass kicked in the next fight. Give me a status on the ammo. Okay. Darku scrambled to get himself in the right mind. Just tell him the ammo count, damn it. Calmly checking his inventory, he discovered 5 magazines. Plus, there were plenty of grenade rounds. Darku decided to give himself a bit of extra time to think things through, making sure that the ammunition count was in good state before proceeding. His actions in combat were less admirable. Regaining his wits, he then replied, It's green. Next time, try to keep your head straight. You can't lose it when we're in the middle of a mission, Jake insisted. Displeased with Darku's paranoia towards his gear, Jake let it go until he reached the end of the ride. The elevator beeped once again and automatically opened the doors. Go! Move it! Jake shouted. Upon exiting, they recognized they would be required to push through another enemy line. Standing along the balcony were 4 Moldens. Another 2 stood on the catwalk, their conversations interrupted by the intruders. Jake shot the men on the balcony, piercing each of their torsos. Each one eventually fell to the ground, clearing the way for them to advance. However, the 2 remaining Moldens on the catwalk returned fire. The team promptly headed for cover. hitting the deck behind another empty crate. Bullets poured in from all directions. They were heavily suppressed. Due to the confusion, the overall morale was dwindling. To keep everyone composed, Jake thought about offering words of encouragement. He hoped he would motivate them enough to continue. He knew if they remained in this spot for an extended period, death will eventually come. Then, an idea struck. Crystal, I need you to go out there. Fire everything you got against the Molden for us while I move into position. Understood? Shaking her head, she acknowledged the command. Stepping out, Crystal fired several 9mm rounds, targeting the Molden force. Taking advantage of the situation, Jake ran for cover and made to the next steel crate. Upon arrival, he immediately resumed shooting. Durku, run this way, Jake shouted, making a gesture to get over here. Durku found himself unable to move. He was paralyzed, and his anxiety was spiraling out of control. He knew that a single blow would cause everything to transform into a state of utter nothingness. He found himself immobilized by the protective glue of the steel crate, which prohibited him from leaving. Jake knew he had to convince Durku that it was safe for him to move out. We need to go! We need to get out of here! But the fear of the firefight forbade Durku from leaving. Durku, get out of here! I'll provide cover! Crystal snapped. After loading a fresh magazine, she released a barrage of bullets towards their target. Without haste, Durku emerged, running straight to his assigned position. As he swiftly approached hard cover, he lowered himself to the ground, anticipating a hail of lead that followed. Shit! Durku panicked. Provide cover for me. I need to get to that stairways. Once I arrive, I'll open fire and command Crystal haul ass to your position. After that, we'll provide cover and firing for you. Do you understand? Yeah, I think I understand, Durku said in an unconvincing tone. I mean it, Jake warned as he physically grabbed Durku's shirt. Ah, okay, I get it. I'll do it. Convinced he was prepared to do what he had to do, Jake released Durku. Acting on instinct, Durku pulled the trigger of his AR-56 carbine rifle, firing off rounds in short bursts. The discharged valuable rounds found their way to their target. Seconds passed, the resistance dropped. Amidst the echoing sounds of the fire support, Jake turned right and sprinted towards the stairways. He managed to revive without taking a bullet. As promised, he demonstrated his resilience by promptly launching a new counterattack. Crystal, go! Obediently, Crystal hurried her way to Durku. Now get to the stairways, Durku, Crystal said. She racked her weapon. The suppressing fire regained in all directions. Bravely, Durku bit the bullet and made his way safely to the stairways. Durku, open fire! Jake ordered without hesitation. I have to reload! He responded immediately, releasing burning rounds until Crystal appeared under the stairs. Regroup. The three climbed up the open stairways, made their way to the 8th floor. Their advancement would take them to the command center. Let me drink. Two unsuspecting guards shoot at the entrance of the 8th floor. Jake unloaded his KFU-74. Both took the impact, dropping to the ground. Jake, Crystal, and Durku rushed forward in V formation. Jake motioned Durku and Crystal to hold their position on the steps. Stepping onto the landing, Jake headed towards the closed blast door. Seconds later, he exerted force onto a button, triggering the blast door to open the horizontal direction. He motioned his team to advance. They entered without hesitation. In the next room, Jake spotted several enemies hiding behind a steel crate and two thugs guarding the left doorway. Shielded by the blast door, the firefight launched into all-out chaos. Durku struggled to engage, leaving Jake to deal with the threat. No matter how intense the fight was, there was no turning back. They either mustered up their strength to continue with their plans or meet their ends. After Jake defeated the freed Moldens, Durku snapped back into reality. He assisted in taking out the two remaining guards. With the area clear, they advanced towards the lobby. Upon reaching the end of the hallway, they took a right turn and meet with another set of guards positioned at the main entrance. In the wake of escalating havoc, Jake unloaded his weapon, shooting down each of the adversaries in quick succession. Crystal stepped in by providing cover. She shot 2 Moldens who rounded the corner at the opposite end of the room. After the fight, Jake reloaded. Racketing his firearm, they continued to search for more hostiles. Upon reaching the hangar door, sounds prevailed. "All clear," Jake said. He slightly lowered his guard. "Now get to the command center." A terminal near the entrance displayed the door's current state, lockdown, which implied that entry, for the moment, was impossible. "Okay, Darku," Jake charmingly said. "How about you open the command center for me?" "I'll look into it," Darku said. Still panicky, he came to realize that he was gambling for his life. As he typed, he realized that gaining access to the command center seemed futile. "Damn, these doors are locked tight," Darku said. He continued typing. Entering the correct credentials was important. Failed to do it right now, the first time, will result in 1-minute lockdown. His syntax has to be correct. "Can you override the lockdown or not?" Jake asked. I enter it correctly. It looks like they changed the system to prevent overriding. We'll need to look for another way in." Darku paused. If I know that the command center is inaccessible, I'll just explore other options. Darku muttered. Without asking permission, he forged ahead into exploring alternative solution. Perhaps overriding the entire lockdown, rather than just the door, was the solution. Having completed a security course as part of the internship, he remembered a particular vulnerability to the entire system, the power generator. "Hey, Jake, I really hate to say this. Hear me out for a second," Darku snapped. "I can't open the doors. They have complete control. I need you to go to the main generator room." "How would that help?" Jake asked. "Here's how it's going to work. To reset the entire security system, I need you to reduce the power level to 5%. Once the power core reaches that threshold, the backup generator should be operational. You'll need to disable the energy generators room first, then reduce the power at the core. Once that is complete, the reset should take place automatically. I'll brief you when you get there, okay?" "Guess I have plenty of work to do," Jake said. The more he thought about it, the stronger his convictions grew that Darku had a well-executed plan. However, he knew they only had one chance to get it right. "Before I go, did you know how to use a comm device?" Jake asked. He pulled up a typical small head radio command. It had a mono speaker for the output on the right. The microphone was curved-shaped for ease of use. The device allowed communication by employing a specific designated radio frequency. Never used one of these before." "Simple, really. All you need to do is set the radio frequency to 55.1. Click connect to establish connection, and you should be good to go. Remember the device is set to push to talk. Just hold the mic button down if you have something to say." "Alright, I'll set it up," Darku said. Following Jake's direction, he set the radio frequency to 55.1. Jake also configured his comm using the same frequency. "Darku, let's do a mic test." "This is Darku speaking," Darku said as he presented the push-to-talk button. "Do you read me?" "I hear you loud and clear," Jake replied. Confident in the connection, he released the push-to-talk button. "Looks like we're good to go. As I make my way to the power core room, be sure to offer me the correct instructions to shut the system down, okay?" "Got it, Ovolsky," Darku said, confirming his request. "Let me open the generator door." Typing in to the console command, Darku navigated the security settings. Luckily, several security vulnerabilities denied the Molden from fully blocking access to the generator. By manipulating the system, he was able to deceive it into recognizing Darku as a legitimate administrator, thus bypassing this part of the lockdown. After attaining access, he typed the unlock command. The door was unlocked. "You should be able to get in now. Make your way to the 5th floor as quick as you can." "Thanks, Darku," Jake said. "Zilov, Stay with Darku. You're on guard duty while I'm away.
Don't worry, Mr. Ovolsky. I'll take good care of him.
Crystal reassured. She positioned herself to watch over Darku by standing against a wall near the stairs. If the enemy returned, she knew that the threat would come from this direction. Underestimating the enemy was not an option. She was ready for the counterattack. Jake jogged energetically down the long hallway, eventually making his way to the elevator room. He knew he was the only one who could execute this portion of the escape plan. Each step posed great risk. However, he had no doubts the Moldens would continue their quest to recapture Darku. He knew he had to do whatever he could to deny the resistance. The elevator arrived on the 5th floor. With his rifle in hand, Jake emerged and neutralized a Molden who was making his way down the hallway. After the first thug fell, several other guards survived to greet Jake. Two hide behind a steel crate, while another took cover next to a steel ramp. Steel railing. One thug fired. Jake hugged the wall. Bullets shattered the edge. He was sure they thought they had to fully suppress him. Refusing to give in, he fought back, preventing his momentum from faltering. He followed up with another kill shot to the enemy attempting to hide behind the railings. Then he finished the last two with clean headshots. The crates had failed him. With the firefight over and the doorway clear, he mustered all his stamina, sprinting down the hall to the waiting door. As he pressed forward, enemy bullets swirled around him. Cursing, he jumped into cover and escaped the crossfire. Suppressing increased his speed. It did not dampen his morale. Their strategy was foiled when the bullet suddenly passed. Clearly, whoever was shooting had been forced to reload. Seizing the opportunity, Jake made it inside, denying the kill attempt. After securing the door, he was greeted by another long hallway. Looking down, he discovered a large, perfectly sealed maintenance vent. The yellow-covered shaft had a lock, making it only accessible to technicians with a key. A small ramp to the left gave access to the generator room. With no signs of resistance, he ran to the left, darting down the ramp where the main generator room awaited. Upon entering, he was amazed with the prescient sight of such a spacious room. The generator was prominently displayed in the center. He was witnessing a highly operational energy source that caused the room to glow. A low hum accompanied the ambience of the soft light. The device provided the precious voltage required for everything from cellar doors to charging mining stations to medical bay. Shutting it down meant temporarily shutting down everything. Flinching, he sensed two Moldens guards standing behind him. Without hesitation, he turned and executed the guards to his right. Bracing for impact, he dived for hard cover behind a solid steel railing. The lead trounced on the wall, echoing through his ears. Keeping his cool, he emerged, shooting center mass. Elimination of a single target was a straightforward task. The fighting ceased. Before moving out, he scanned the room for additional potential threat. Understanding that time was not in his favor, he counted each passing second in his head. As time ticked by, he became increasingly convenient that the coast was clear. 90 seconds later, he made his move. The game was all about patience and timing. Jogging down the walkway, he reached a control panel. He glared at it, trying to figure out how to lower the power. After inspecting the touch panel, he turned to his radio and spoke to Darku. "Darku, this is Jake Ovolsky," Jake said. "How do I lower the power?" "There are 3 knobs underneath the control panel. Be sure to set all the power levels to low. This is the first step to lowering the power to the level we need." "Knobs?" Jake thought. "Now where do I find them?" He ran his hand along the lower edge, discovering 3 hidden knobs. Each knob allows a user to set the power based on percentage. In their default state, the maximum level ensured that the energy is set to 100%. When adjusted to low setting, by default, the energy generates decrease to 20%. Jake twisted each of the knobs, changing them from full to low. He picked up the mic, then responded, I set all levels to low. Now what?
Navigate to the power control setting. We need to change the lower setting to 5%. After you do that, click the apply setting button. If warning message appear, click yes to proceed. Once the new setting is applied, the equipment running off the generator will initiate an alarm. Be prepared for the Moldens to swarm your position.
Perfect. I'm always expecting company, Jake said with a smirk.
Hey, are there additional weapons in the area? Yeah, absolutely. 2 pairs of security turrets are right above your head, each with 2 guns. I'll hack into them and provide fire support from here. It's going to take time. You need to hold them off until I'm done.
Understood. I'll let you know when I'm ready. Jake opened his chest carrier and took his inventory. With only 2 magazines in his possession, he knew it would be a challenge to sustain his position for an extended period. To compensate, he resorted to salvaging ammunition from the dead, grabbing 5 full magazines. Changed the entire outlook. He gathered several smoke and flash grenades, where he promptly stole away to the lonely one remaining. And with that, his gear was ready for action. Feeling prepared, he returned to the panel. He touched the monitor, and the main menu appeared. He clicked the power control setting. System status was green. The system had finished its analysis of the new setting. The power reduce of 5% appeared on the screen. He knew that once he clicked the apply setting button, the power button would reduce, and all hell would break loose. Without checking with Darku, he clicked the button that would spark a firestorm. After describing the system, alerting him that the power level would transition to a yellow, an alarm would sound. Despite the warning, Jake clicked OK. The main generator went to work, reducing the voltage in a controlled fashion, 5% at a time. Suddenly, an unexpected message appeared on the screen. Power percentage of 5% is untateable. Please reduce gas flow and refer to SI 133-4518 for more information.
What the hell, Darku? Jake shouted in the comm. Ah, sorry, forgot about that part. The gas line are below you. We don't have time to talk about it now. They'll be coming.
Shortly thereafter, the alarm woke up, warning everyone. Warning, the main generator is losing power, the announcer said. The sound echoed throughout the room, reverberating across the entire facility, serving as a guardian of sorts. Get those turrets up! You got it! Don't worry about babysitting the power level. I'll holler out once the turrets come online. Then we'll address the gas line. Thanks, Jake said. He sounds his comm and braced for the counterattack. The first wave commenced with the arrival of 2 guards. With lightning speed, he started a defense against resistance by rapidly shooting his KFU-74. With the focus of making every round count, he skillfully aimed, gazing each of the enemy's necks with a single shot. Breathing was unviable for these chaps. He remained fixed for the next to the steel railing. To avoid being flanked, he scanned to his left and right, spotting 2 thugs running towards him. With a swift switch from semi to full, he cleared the flankers in a single sweeping motion. After taking them down, a second wave of enemy supports crashed in. In one tense moment, he found himself in the crosshair of an ambitious Molden. Hitting the ground, he unloaded his last round. He rolled left for cover. Then reloaded. Lead whizzed past him. His heart pounded. They're breaking into the school, one soldier shouted. Inside the school, a chaotic scene emerged with people shouting and screaming. Jake and his men will have to make their last stand in the courtyard. The sound of his gunfire echoed through the air as they valiantly fought off a continuous wave of guerrilla fighters. It appears as if they would never cease their relentless attack, reminiscent of a pack of furious wolves. Then, shot in the jaw, one soldier ceased firing. Reacting swiftly, Jake snapped out of his stupor and charged his weapon. Peeking around the corner, he shot a Molden in the foot, causing him to stumble to the ground. The immense pain rendered him useless. Despite that, he avenged his misery by shooting him in the head. Rising from cover, he eliminated another wave
charging straight at him. Wave after wave continued to crash in, continuing to break them one swipe at a time. Power level is currently at 75%, the announcer said. Darku, talk to me, Jake said. He struggled to speak. Are you making any progress? Still making minor adjustments to the bots. It shouldn't be too long. Silencing his comm, exhausted, Jake continued the fight. His defense were slowly deteriorating. One wave deployed smoke along the walkway, concealing the men with the enemy blind fire through the smoke. Jake reacted by cursing and immediately seizing a grenade. Carefully, he removed the pin, letting it cook for roughly 3 seconds before tossing it into the smoke. Pow! The force of the blast cleared the smoke, exposing the dead. The grenade had crushed this wave, but the counterattack continued. The presence of more Moldens led to an amplified repetition of darting and echoing lead, creating a continuous loop of sound. Soon, Jake was left with only 2 magazines. Power level is currently at 50%, the announcer said. Darku, what's the holdup back there?
For fuck's sake, Jake. Can you simmer it down? I need more time.
Frustrated, Jake persisted in the firefight. The influx of people were so constant that he lost count of how many he had killed. He felt his defense line gradually thinning, resembling the sensation of standing on top of a newly frozen lake. Ammunition was running low. He knew he could not hold out for much longer. When the primary weapon went click, he reached out for his sidearm and fired off a single shot. The bullet landed squarely in a Molden's head. Another one deceased. He tamed his sidearm, firing off only single shots. For every 1 to 2 shots fired, a Molden lost his life. In his head, he calculated the remaining kill count. His patience with Darku had reached an end. He hid against the railing, enabled his comm. Come on, Darku, where the hell are you? Just give me a second. I almost have the gun turrets up. After inserting his last mag, Jake emerged and continued to fire. His KF rifle roared as he fired at 3 running Moldens. Then he turned, killed 2 more that appeared to his right. Jake tightly gripped the trigger until the weapon finally went click. He reverted to his sidearm. Fending out the resistance at this point was becoming peachy. The thin ice between him cracked as his weight shifted towards the cold water. He was on the verge of hypothermia. Was there any chance of getting fire support? Just need to make sure I disable the default artificial intelligence and I'm ready, Darku said. Power level is currently at 25%. Jake, the turrets are ready. I need you to head down to the lower level and put all 3 gas levers. After that, make your way to the backup to the control panel and I get it already. Just do it. The gun turrets emerged, descending from the ceiling, and started firing. Stop the advance. With time on his side, Jake jumped over the steel railing, escaping the crackly thin ice beneath him. Walking along the steel walkway, he quickly reached a ladder that would take him to the lowest level. He spotted the gas line as soon as he jumped the floor. He approached the first lever, forcefully pulling it down to stop the flow of gas. As soon as the lever was lowered, the status of the light instantly changed from green to orange. He stepped back and advanced to the next 2. Afterwards, he hauled himself up the ladder and went back up to the control panel. Don't forget to go back to the power control and apply the change, Darku reminded him. With the gun turret providing cover, Jake reselected the power settings. The power level flashed 25%. It was also worth knowing that an orange flickered light has appeared, symbolizing the gas reduction. Jake hit enter to reconfirm the change. The machine power changed to blood red, signifying an extreme reduction in power output. The generator soon sputtered, producing only a weak, dim light. Warning! Power level is critically low. Initiating emergency power generators. Get out of there, Simo! Darku shouted. The turrets are running low on ammo. Don't worry about the power control. I'll lock it down from here. With Molden's force gathering near the doorway, Jake realized that using the typical exit was denied. Rising, he spotted a cleverly concealed hatch hiding beneath the scaffolding pipes. The only way out was through that hatch. Jake deployed his grappling hook, attached it to the pipe. Hitting the retract button, he climbed his way up the hatch. He kicked in the vent and climbed inside. Reinstalling the vent covered his track. He flipped over and lay on his back, taking solace in the safety of darkness. Taking solace in the fact that he had escaped before the thin ice beneath him collapsed. Durku, where is the emergency generator? Jake said to his comm. It's in the basement. You can't miss it. While the Moldens continued their hunt to find a vigilante, Jake silently crawled his way to the basement. He was eager to turn the factory into a functionless dark cage. This was his last chance to escape the Dabbarow prison. Well, wow. I done so much streaming, and I guess I might as well conclude this run for the day. I think it'll probably be for the best. Wow, I've done so much. Okay. Tell you what. I'm planning to at least conclude this run for the day. I'm planning to wrap this page up for a bit for today. And once I actually recuperate for the next few days, I'll make sure to read it off, and I shall conclude this run for today. Other than that, if you are around who's actually watching this stream, I wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Until then, I will return within a few days. I'll see you soon.